Well, good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Chris Salem. I'm going to be your host here with the 2023 Nonprofit Healthcare Startup Summit. We are so excited to have you. I see a lot of people here on the chat. We're going to be, if you have any questions throughout today's session, feel free to ask us a question either before or after or during when speakers are giving you their words of wisdom and knowledge in their area of expertise to help you in this particular area. Again, we want to make sure we address as many questions as possible. And again, we're going to be going in intervals about a half an hour with each speaker. So again, just enough time to really absorb and capture some really great information that could help move your nonprofit healthcare startup to the next level. I'm so excited again to be your host. I've been the host for these events in the past. It's been a little while, but I am great to be back in the driver's seat here leading you all. So with that being said, we're going to be bringing on here Andre Cassiano. He is the co-founder and CEO of Glorium Technologies. He leverages 20 plus years experience in the industry to help tech startups bolster their teams and agile product development services on demand. His vision of a custom software development and management can reduce time to market by up to 30%, with 40% in savings compared to in-house teams. And without further ado, we like to welcome Andre Cassiano for the opening introduction to today's summit.
Yeah. Hey, Chris. Thank you very much for the good words and for the introduction. Of course. Good. Yeah, pleasure to have you as a host over here to host our summit. Thanks for accepting our invitation and this collaboration. So I hope it's going to be a success today.
It will definitely will be. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. And I see already people are already coming in, posting their messages and the saying hi. So yeah, welcome everyone to share the location or where you guys are coming from and to say hi to everyone so that we can all kind of connect and see what's the audience. And we do expect an international audience today on this event. All right. So I don't know. Let me so let me welcome everyone, all of you. I am really happy to open our Nonprofit Healthcare Startup Summit 2023, and it's organized and presented to you by Glorium Technologies. And at Glorium, we host several specialized summits, virtual summits during a year, and it's our habit. It's been working very well. So we do all other specialized summits in different areas and industries. Of course, mostly in healthcare, but we also do it in real estate, in growth, everything that specializes in startups. There are many others. As we select them, we do organize those summits and also webinars on all the latest and greatest topics, like specifically on AI. We have been planning several of them, and you'll hear from us in the future. on this hot topic on AI. It's going to be we're going to venture in this as well. So, but nevertheless, back to nonprofit sector, we decided recently to venture into this area, and we decided to help the nonprofit sector by organizing this kind of event. And because the reason is because we feel and we think that this is underlooked and kind of undercared, if I can say so, area, especially in healthcare, which is particularly important and helpful. It's full with selfless and hardworking people who dedicate their efforts to for the well-being of others, of those who are in need. So we decided to organize the summit on this topic to kind of to support and to help them with the information and organization and connection and networkings. And just a couple of words about Glorium, as Chris has already mentioned. Our main area of business, what we do is we develop the software, and mostly we help the startups with the implementations of their strategic vision. And again, this is usually done, of course, for the for-profit startups, but we have recently faced several non-profits, and we decided and we saw that their business is completely different, and kind of a helping hand would be really appreciated from their end. And so building the technology is, of course, kind of it's the same effort and the same thing for those startups, but the whole organization of their business and their day-to-day activities are a little bit different. So, and it's very difficult, this area is very difficult to run, mostly because unlike the regular and for-profit startups, this area, in for-profit startups, basically there is a definite return on the money invested by the startup investors. And in the non-profit, it's a little bit, not a little bit, it's drastically different. There is no profit, there is no return by the investors, and you have to navigate this, these waters of the business and difficult business by yourself, finding and looking for the funds, and trying to basically to build and realize your idea on a shoestring budget, which is extremely difficult, and of course different from the regular startups in the healthcare area. So you may of course ask why to kind of organize this kind of event, as there are quite many other events that are dedicated to the non-profit, and of course bigger events, and I wouldn't hesitate to say more successful, more attracting more people, bigger events, I would say. But yes, there are other events dedicated to non-profit, but there are not so many that are dedicated among non-profits dedicated to the startups, which is our area of expertise and our area of application of our efforts and our knowledge. And out of those startups and non-profit, there are not so many, and I would say none of the events that are organized specifically about the healthcare. So we decided to kind of venture into this niche of the non-profit startups in the healthcare to bring kind of to organize the conference where the actual people involved involved in this area, specifically on health tech or healthcare nonprofit in the startups area, on day-to-day business, to deliver their views, share their opinions and experience, of course, and the knowledge straight from the trenches. So, and this is also one of the things that we do when organizing our events. We try to kind of to connect with the speakers who have already been there and who have done that already on the. So you hear. You should expect to get the real actionable advice and information from those who have already been there and done that. Okay, so less theory, more of the practice. Okay, more of the actionable advice and items. And so to kind of go back to the so in general, a health tech market kind of poses a lucrative opportunity for the startups, for the general startups. And we talk about it a lot, as I mentioned, during our other summits for the startups. But what's in it for the nonprofit, and what to expect if you're starting this kind of venture on your own or with the help of other people? So those are the topics and those are the questions that we're expecting to hear during this summit, during this virtual summit from our speakers. And you will hear speeches and information on multiple topics here. Everything, I would say, ranging from motivation, which is also very important in this area, obtaining the funds, finding your niche, defining a problem to attack, and of course how to fight, how to organize the business most efficiently, because your budget is always going to be not enough to create and to do whatever you have planned, and many other things. Also, of course, how to leverage technology in your journey, how to build the systems and the products that will help others in need, and of course how to utilize among the technology. Right now, AI topic is very hot these days, and we are expecting to hear from our speakers on this topic as well, particularly AI in the technology for the nonprofit, how to utilize, what are the potential applications, and how it can be used. Right, so that will be in the first part. And in the second part, what we're doing, actually, we're going to be organizing a panel discussion. And some of our speakers will join and will come back in the second part to join together and to discuss different topic on around the nonprofit healthcare startups, around the key challenges and strategies on building such a enterprise, such a venture, and attacking all of those problems, navigating the possible pitfalls that they have already been able to overcome, and many other things. All right, so when we expect them to bring to come up with and deliver the valuable information to you, all of our listeners and attendees of this event. Okay, so without I don't know any more overdue, let's begin. Let's go back to our speakers. Chris, let me hand over the audience to you, and let's begin.
Well, Andre, thank you so much for really laying down the landscape for today and everything that is going to be covered. It's going to be really exciting to hear from everybody and all the different areas in this particular area, especially for nonprofit. As we head into 2024, this is an exciting time in what nonprofits can do, especially in the healthcare space. So I'm personally excited to hear from all the speakers, and we hope everybody here is too. And again, please send us your questions. Somebody also asked if there's going to be a recording of this. I will let Andre or someone will get back to you in the chat box to answer that. But you're here right now, so take notes. And we're going to go right now into our first speaker. So what we're going to be looking at here is we're going to be talking. Next talk is going to be on mobilizing patient engagement, empowering underserved communities through innovative healthcare delivery. And our subject matter expert here is going to be Victor Mohan. I'm going to give you a little background about Victor, and then I'm going to give you some things that we're going to be covering. In this talk before Victor comes on, we're going to be talking about the introduction to concepts for mobile healthcare and patient engagement. You're going to learn a little bit about mobile medical units, a tool to enhance accessibility and engagement, how to personalize care and continuity, and then how to leverage mobile technology for patient engagement, amongst other things. There's a lot of great information. So a little bit about Victor. Victor is a program director and vice chairman of the board at Reach Lives. And a little bit about he's a board licensed physician with a passion for transforming healthcare delivery and empowering underserved communities. He obtained his medical degree from St. John's National Academy of Health Sciences in 2018 and further pursued advanced degrees from Georgetown University, USA, and the University of Cambridge in the UK. After gaining experience in clinical medicine, he transitioned into the field of public health research and consulting, working across 3 continents in Africa, Asia, and North America. His expertise and contributions have been instrumental in projects and research studies executed by esteemed organizations such as the National Institute of Health in the US, World Bank, WHO, the Ministry of Health of Ghana, and the government of India. Now, I can keep going on and on and on. He has such a wealth of accolades and credentials here. And without further ado, we welcome Dr. Victor Mohan to the show.
Hello, everyone.
Dr.
Hi, Christopher.
Mohan,
thanks for the introduction.
We are looking forward to hearing what you have to share today.
Well, I hope you find some use.
And the stage is all yours.
If I could just get started sharing my screen. All right, everyone can see. All right, hello, everyone. It's wonderful to see people from across the world. My name is Dr. Victor Mohan, and today we'll journey through a critical aspect of modern healthcare that's tackling non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, through mobile patient engagement. Specifically, we'll talk about the role that nonprofits can play in this and the opportunities that can be seized to catalyze their work. But before we get started, let's quickly look at the agenda for today. We'll start with understanding exactly what problem we are attempting to solve. It'll be things that you may already know, but then we'll move on to how the evolving nature of the problem has led to a deep-rooted transition in the way healthcare industry works today. We'll understand the value that's generated in this transition and identify ways that nonprofits can capture that value. And during the process, I'll provide some real-life examples of what organizations are doing today. And that may be helpful for people who are interested in starting nonprofits or looking at new projects to invest in and start. All right, so just to set the scene, let's take a look at a quintessential, rapidly urbanizing city, Bangalore in India. It has a burgeoning IT industry, and consequently, its area has more than doubled since the 1990s. The rapid growth attracts working professionals such as Arya, who is a software engineer and has to juggle between tight project deadlines and virtual meetings. Her solace, like many of ours, is food. Good news for her, Bangalore is home to many startups that will bring her the best in fast food from across the city within minutes. The options are almost endless. The energy from the food is now enough for her to work late. Plus, she finds the need to work late not only because of the work pressure, but also because her daily commute back home could last over an hour, and she's not looking forward to that. Back home, tired from the work and commute, she turns to Netflix. Simultaneously, she orders some more food. She has a gym membership, but the thought of getting back on the road is just nightmarish. She owns a treadmill, but that's more of a clothes hanger than a fitness tool now. Arya isn't alone. Out of the 10 million or so people who live in Bangalore, a considerable portion leads a life that's very similar to hers. Maybe not all 3 domains apply, but every urban resident at least faces one major risk factor. We have seen a 15% rise in diabetes and a 20% rise in hypertension in just the last 5 years in the city of Bangalore. Now, people in cities like Bangalore are surrounded by options which yield immediate rewards, and these rewards overshadow long-term health risks. When everyone around is indulging in a similar lifestyle, it becomes a new normal. This groupthink makes deviations challenging. Now, obviously, Bangalore is not an isolated case. If we step back and look, it's clear that there are scores of cities across the world which mirror Bangalore's growth. The simplistic heat map at the bottom of the screen highlights 40 of the fastest growing major cities across the world. Each one of the heat spots represents hundreds of thousands or maybe even millions of individuals experiencing significant shifts in lifestyle due to rapid urbanization. From Sao Paulo to Nairobi, I notice people are here from Nigeria, so Lagos is included. From Shanghai to Cairo, it's the same story. These cities are only going to continue to grow. Up to 70% of the world's population are going to live in cities by the year 2050. And if you look closely, you'll see that most of the growth is taking place in Africa and Asia. This growth is great, but experts also see the growth of cities reflected in the growth of NCDs. This is called the epidemiological transition. Now, just for clarity, NCDs again are non-communicable diseases. They primarily refer to chronic diseases belonging to 5 categories. That's metabolic disease like diabetes, cancer, cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease, and neurodegenerative disease. These are also sometimes called lifestyle diseases, but here's the kicker. 80% of these NCDs, which kill nearly 7 out of 10 people, are preventable through lifestyle choices. The key word here is choices. Given that such a staggering percentage of NCDs can be averted by our choices, the question then becomes, how do we catalyze individuals to make these healthier decisions? The answer lies in a concept we are all familiar with, but perhaps haven't viewed in this light before. It's patient engagement. Empowerment essentially begins with engagement. If we are to harness the power of choice and prevent the looming threat of NCDs, it's crucial to involve patients in their healthcare journey, making them active participants rather than just passive recipients. Let's walk through this simplistic flow chart. It may be a tad idealistic, but it demonstrates what happens if you engage with patients early. Engaging with patients from the get-go isn't just about medical interventions. It's about initiating a dialogue, understanding their concerns, helping them comprehend the magnitude of their choices. And when patients are engaged this early, in this way, it naturally leads to empowerment. They're no longer in the dark, they're informed. And therefore, with this awareness also comes education. A well-informed individual is equipped to make better decisions. Once a person is educated about their health, there's a transformative shift. They become personally invested in their well-being. It's not just about the doctor's advice anymore, it's a personal mission. This deep-rooted investment is the catalyst for change. Patients begin to adjust their lifestyles, whether it's adopting a balanced diet, integrating regular exercise, or adhering to medication. Compliance isn't really seen as a chore anymore. It's viewed as a commitment to oneself. And all of these steps culminate into this final, most rewarding stage, that's better health outcomes, reduced risks, enhanced quality of life, longevity. So while the choice is individual, the journey is not solitary anymore. Now, it's good to know that medicine as a field is not lying dormant, stuck in the old ways. And by old ways, I mean traditionally medicine has operated with a reactive approach, waiting for illnesses to manifest before taking action. However, with the rising threat of NCDs and the revelations around the power of early engagement and prevention, there is a growing shift towards proactive healthcare. So Medicine 2.0 can be visualized as the era where the locus of medical care was predominantly the hospital. In this phase, patient engagement was relatively passive. The focus was on treating conditions once they became evident, and the mode was primarily hospital-centric. Medicine 3.0, on the other hand, represents the metaphorical extension of the walls of the hospitals to embrace the various facets of our daily lives. So here the locus is no longer the hospital, it's mobile medical units, it's direct chats with health expert, it's health apps, it's wearables, it's community building. It's about catching risks early and integrating health seamlessly into our daily routines. And in this shift of philosophy lies a great bit of value, and this value can be captured by nonprofits. So let's look at the many roles a nonprofit can take in this transition. In general, I see 6 ways in which nonprofits can work. First, we have demand generation and awareness activities. Through community outreach, educational campaigns, and mobilization, they can make individuals aware of the benefits of proactive healthcare and the tools that are available to them. This kind of role, which involves working very closely with the community, also lends itself well to nonprofits acting as bridges, fostering collaborations between technology providers like Glorium, healthcare professionals like myself, community leaders, and policymakers. These partnerships can catalyze innovation, scale solutions, and ensure that resources are utilized optimally. Similarly, by leveraging their on ground insights and experiences, they can advocate for policies that prioritize proactive healthcare, drive investments in the sector, and ensure that the transition to Medicine 3.0 is holistic and inclusive. One of the critical barriers to healthcare access, especially when it involves technology, is affordability. Nonprofits, through grants, donations, and collaborations, can offer financial support. They can subsidize healthcare tools and ensure that economic constraints do not hinder access to proactive medical care. Research and data analysis is another role that nonprofits can fulfill. Uh, it's the primary need of the hour in every digitally transforming business. And in regards to AI in healthcare, there's all this talk about algorithmic bias, especially in terms of diagnostic tools. By collecting, analyzing, and disseminating data on health trends, on intervention outcomes, on community needs, nonprofits can provide valuable insights. This data can guide interventions, highlight gaps, and influence the design of future tools and strategies. One key component of Medicine 3.0, as I briefly touched upon in the past slide, is digital health. And I thought this quote from the FDA commissioner was particularly relevant. I think NGOs can take it upon themselves to make the adoption of tech and overall transition more inclusive. Finally, we come to perhaps the most obvious and well known role. Nonprofits can act as direct providers of healthcare services, especially in underserved regions, the so called medical deserts. And in this regard, one of the most innovative and impactful ways in which NGOs have been delivering healthcare is through mobile medical units, or MMUs. So MMUs are essentially healthcare on wheels, clinics on wheels. They are specialized vehicles equipped with a varying range of medical services that they bring to the community instead of waiting for people to come to the hospital, which one does only when one is already fallen ill. So proactive versus reactive. Now, initially, they were devised as a way to bring care to rural areas, but their relevance in urban settings is now well known. School health checkups, health checkup days at places of work, outdoor clinics in informal settlements, the so called slums, and even in case of disaster relief. MMUs are very relevant because they are modular and adaptable, providing services that range from simple screening of blood sugar to dispensing medications, and from something as advanced as radiography to something as simple as immunization. Now, here's a tangible example of MMUs in action. It's a case study of an MMU project run by my organization, Reach Lives, which is a nonprofit that works in health, nutrition, and education for children in India. One of our projects is the MMU project, which was introduced only recently in 2021. So these MMUs are funded mostly by grants and CSR funds. They also follow a tiered pricing structure for the beneficiaries, which depends on the socio-economic status of the area and the intervention in question. The MMUs are staffed by a doctor or a nurse, an assistant healthcare worker, and a driver. And as I mentioned before, MMUs are modular and they are adaptable. So depending on the demands and the schedule of the day, other professionals may join or not. And because of this adaptability, the MMUs are each capable of handling around 50 patients a day, with a mix of services which range from screening for high blood glucose and high blood pressure and conducting pap smears in workplaces, to immunization in schools, and from education in informal settlements to distribution of ration kits and PPE kits during COVID-19. The MMUs are telehealth enabled and are connected to a patient data repository, because of which electronic health records, or EHRs, can be created, accessed, and modified wherever the MMU goes. So you can see the NGOs filling quite a few roles actually with the MMUs. On the face of it, there's obviously healthcare delivery, but also there's demand and awareness generation, because There's educational activities that take place simultaneously. Plus, patients are made aware of issues that may require higher order care and are provided with a list of tertiary level access points, which provide subsidized care and government schemes to help them. This encourages the patient to seek healthcare early. Now, during this process, the MMU clearly is also functioning as a data collection and processing entity, and within reason, and as long as regulations allow, these data can also help research and guide future innovation. So a lot of what you see on this page and in this side panel paints a very rosy picture, and there have been a lot of successes. For instance, various key performance indicators, KPIs that we employ show very positive trends. The engagement rate with patients is growing, the follow-up or retention or compliance rates have jumped significantly, and the net promoter score, which is how likely a user is to recommend your services to another person, is quite high. And overall, we're beginning to see population sector level improvements in health outcomes, although it's far too early to definitely conclude anything about outcomes. But there are challenges. There are many challenges. The primary challenges are financial sustainability, like every other nonprofit, and resource constraints. NGOs everywhere struggle with unreliable funding sources in the form of grants. One year you have a grant, and the next year you don't. There has to be a robust financing system in place that includes the end user of your services and cost recovery. So you're not just looking at third parties to fund your projects, you're also looking at recuperating some of your costs from the end user or the beneficiary themselves. So usually what nonprofits do is they subsidize a fee for service. That's the go-to cost recovery method. But there are organizations, usually government bodies and organizations with a union or an organized community of people who are attempting to experiment with alternate cost recovery methods, which include a social financing component. And that could prove effective. Technology can yield good dividends in terms of savings in human resource costs. Currently, Reach Lives is doubling down on its telehealth capabilities to bring down costs and augment capacities. Specialty care, for instance, is almost exclusively delivered through telehealth. Now, progress is being made in technologies like AI-powered speech to text and AI diagnostics that could significantly cut the amount of time physicians have to spend with each patient on non-essential things. Another key technique being explored is the collaboration with the community and the creation of community health volunteers who help in understanding health trends, who act as early sentinel surveillance, establish a feedback loop, and all of this leads to significant cost savings in operating costs, at least in the long term. Essentially, you're trying to reduce the time that the MMU spends in a community beyond the essential direct patient contact time. Volunteers also actually help with another set of challenges, especially in poorer communities, by tackling local cultural and behavioral patterns and lack of awareness of the MMU services. Now, MMU projects are run across the world. I've added a list of organizations that use MMUs in different capacities. These range from Essilor, the lens maker, which runs refractory units, vans that go and test your eye power in different communities, to Stanford's child health clinics on wheels. You can check them out if you're interested. Now, on this slide, I'm talking about the future opportunities for new nonprofits looking to enter the field of healthcare, or specifically looking at how do you engage patients in medicine 3.0, that is beyond the hospital. How do you engage patients? And this is just a non-exhaustive smorgasbord of ideas that are in various stages of development or implementation. But essentially, what you're looking at is a lot of innovation that sits at the intersection of technology and human-centric solutions. So as a nonprofit, on the one hand, you're making humans want to and have the capacity to use tech to the fullest. And on the other, you're making the development of technology more in line with the true priorities of society that go beyond just profit. In general, an NGO's roles can be any of the following. one, NGOs can subsidize devices which people need to use to access the tech. This includes things like wearables and health monitors. The second thing that NGOs can do is raise digital literacy. This is the need of the hour. There's no point in having wearables, technology like AI, if we do not have people who are previously underserved being able to use these technologies. So this includes the elderly, the poor, the people with disabilities. Nonprofits can take an active role in making them more digitally literate. The third thing that nonprofits can do is create content that gamifies health or makes health education accessible, especially to people in the fringes. Now, I'll give you a real life example of health being gamified in the next slide. But for what nonprofits can do is develop the tech themselves. Now, OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT, they started off as a nonprofit. They've since transitioned to a for-profit entity, but it may be financially unreasonable to expect nonprofits to develop tech on their own. But an alternative, more feasible way would be to work very closely with tech companies themselves in a research and data collection or cleaning role, and by guiding for-profit companies in creating inclusive solutions. Now, I talked briefly about algorithmic bias. I don't want to overstep my boundaries. We have a lot of speakers going to be speaking on AI, but that is something which runs the risk of leaving behind a giant chunk of the population based on parameters such as race and gender. And I think nonprofits can really work at that level, cleaning the data, collecting the data to help these tech companies develop better inclusive algorithms. Now, in terms of developing tech, NGOs could also develop platforms integrated with health records, offering individuals control over their health narrative. Now, this isn't something we can take for granted because vast regions of the world, especially in the high growth areas of Asia and Africa, people still lack access to EHRs, electronic health records. So that can be something that nonprofits can do also. Finally, nonprofits can eschew the technological revolution and adopt a more human-centric approach. The traditional ways that NGOs have always used are still very relevant. NGOs can work directly with the communities, like I mentioned before, to create volunteers or ambassadors or even health workers to promote proactive healthcare delivery. The aim is to get people interested in their health, get engaged with reading metrics about their health, seeking healthcare for addressing risk factors and not symptoms of disease. So technology is clearly the easiest way because everyone today owns a phone. But if you're talking about a slum or an informal settlement, having a community health volunteer or an ambassador who's leading by example can also prompt the rest of the people to be very proactive about their healthcare, about their health. Now, this is a real world example of health gamification done right. Now, gamification is not really new. It taps into our love for fun, challenge, and reaching milestones to achieve something that would otherwise be mundane or feel like a chore. Peloton, for instance, the exercise company, the tech company that's into exercise, has made massive strides in making exercise fun through gamification. But that's a massive unicorn, and it's a completely for-profit entity. Impact Steps, on the other hand, is a simpler, smaller scale implementation of health gamification. You choose a cause listed by one of the various CSR partners of Impact and begin going about your day. Every kilometer you cover, the CSR partner donates 10 rupees or 1/8, so 12 cents to the cause. It's simple, but by gamifying the mundane task of walking, you are encouraging both personal and societal well-being. But the true potential doesn't stop here. If you remember the flowchart I showed previously about patient engagement, through this app, we have reached the level of personal investment. At this stage, the person using the app is more involved in their personal health status. They become more proactive about optimizing their health, which is exactly the point of Medicine 3.0. Now, there are plenty of other organizations like MSF, which are using telehealth to reach unreached population. Arman is an incredible organization. It's a massive organization. They use IVR calls to make expectant mothers more proactive about their antenatal health while they are pregnant. I've also listed a few other organizations. You can feel free to check them out and check the way work that they're doing in terms of patient engagement. Finally, before I leave, I thought I would give you a very simple, perhaps generic, but still important roadmap that may be beneficial to anyone starting up in the nonprofit world. It may even help you avoid some common pitfalls along the way. I would advise anyone who's interested in the nonprofit world to start with understanding what the core issue is. As someone who's worked in various geographies across the world, I can attest to the fact that there is no one size fits all solution. Top down implementation of projects across different settings will always inevitably fail. A thorough needs assessment with due consideration to the local context is vital to understanding and articulating what problem you're solving. If you want to establish a nonprofit and work in, let's say, Accra in Ghana, you need to understand what the people of Accra need, not what is working in another context, maybe in Sao Paulo or somewhere else in the world. The next thing to do is to collaborate and co-create. Too often we think of the end users of our projects, the beneficiaries, as passive recipients of your help. They don't have to be. They have valuable insights that must be tapped into during the ideation and the development phase and the pilot phase. Talking about piloting, you need to pilot and iterate some more before rolling out. As you roll out your projects, remember it's important to help the community understand what you're doing and why. Simply providing healthcare services is very different from spending the additional time to educate the people on why you're providing the services and how they should approach healthcare. Working closely with a community like this will also help you constantly monitor your progress. And in this regard, choosing the right indicators to fit into your theory of change is invaluable. So use right indicators to refine your approach. And finally, do not work in isolation. Other nonprofits exist, the government exists, and the private sector exists. You will be most effective if you know how to generate synergies with all stakeholders. That's it for my talk. I hope I was able to add some value. You can learn a lot more about my organization that I talked about earlier at reachlives.com. And I'm happy to connect with anyone on LinkedIn if you find my talk interesting or want to speak to me more about anything else.
Well, Dr. Mohan, thank you so much for sharing such great insights to this particular area. I got a lot of great information personally. We had a few questions from our Twitter viewers that, if you don't mind, if I'm going to ask you if you could address, also will be beneficial for those that are listening here live. How is patient data privacy ensured with mobile healthcare technology?
This question is incredibly important because the beneficiaries, the people who are actually giving you the information for you to collect data, are very vulnerable. They don't know their rights. And honestly, it's very easy to take advantage of them. And that's why I said local regulations matter, right? There's no one set of rules that anybody can follow anywhere in the world. Local regulations matter, and it's also very important to educate yourself in those local regulations, and even better, try to find a technology partner. Maybe you do not have the know-how of how to secure patient data, which is just such vulnerable data. Maybe partner with somebody like Glorium, for instance, who have worked with other organizations and therefore have a set protocol in place to prevent leakages or to prevent data from being mismanaged, things like that. I think many nonprofits start collecting data and they don't know how valuable the data is. So
Yeah.
I would suggest partner with someone who knows what they're doing.
Great. Thank you for sharing. I think we have time for just one more quick question. Even though what successful partnership example for mobile healthcare in underserved areas? What would be a successful partnership example?
Yeah. I'd listed a bunch of organizations actually of successful mobile. For instance, I can draw from my own example. We are working with Rotary International. So that is a body that works with their country representatives in different parts of the world. So that's funding that comes in. We are the implementation organization. So you can search up Rotary International. They have projects across the world. Or there was also another website that I'd suggested to people. It's called Mobile Health Map. Have a look at Mobile Health Map. It lists over 1,000 different mobile health operators, and it will provide far more information than I can ever do.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. And I know there'll probably be some other questions that we'll make sure that we can try to address a little later. We want to thank you for being here and serving with us today.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And listeners, we also want to get your feedback, any feedback to Dr. Mohan's discussion here today. We'd love to hear your feedback. Also, if you have any additional questions, feel free to send them in and we'll see what we can do to address those on the back end. And any other comments that you would like to make so far about the summit, we'd welcome to hear that, as it helps us to help you on future summits. So we are going to go ahead and move forward to our next talk. We're going to be talking about leveraging geospatial AI to advance global public health. And in this session, you're going to learn about the challenges facing global public health. We're going to be looking at the data public health requirements and needs, how AI can advance healthcare, and what sustainable financing is all about. And our subject matter expert discussing this session will be Ajay Gupta, co-founder and CEO of HSR Health. And a little bit about Ajay. He is the chairman of the board of directors, Holy Cross Health, ACH, a multi-hospital social safety net healthcare system and flagship of Trinity Health, which is a $20+ billion US-based health system, chairman of the Open Geospatial Consortium, Health Domain Working Group, co-chair of the Group on Earth Observation, Health Community of Practice, Healthcare Infrastructure Small Group, commissioner and commission a nurse reimbursement member, a United Nations Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management, Global Board of Visitors, Wake Forest University graduate, and author of the TAP paper at IEEE-BHI 2017 entitled. And the list goes on and on. He's won Webby Awards and named inventor of the HSR Health Patents and Patent Filings. And without further ado, we welcome Ajay Gupta to the event today.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Really wonderful introduction. Let me see if I can share my screen. Do you see my screen?
Not yet, but I'm sure it'll come up here.
Okay. So, no matter how many times we practice this, it always
takes technology.
Yeah. Here we go. All right, now you should see it.
Let's see. There we go. You're all set.
Thank you again for that introduction, and thank you to Glorium Technologies for organizing this summit and inviting me here to speak about our journey. Just a bit about me. I know Christopher did a great job, but I do have a background in electrical engineering and business. I consider myself a technologist and have had a long career in cybersecurity before transitioning into healthcare research and developing a nonprofit to advance global public health. Quickly about our company. Our company got started really many, many years ago now as a nonprofit organization because my wife has a medical practice where she has a medically monitored weight loss program. And after a few years running the program, she mentioned to myself and a colleague and friend of mine, who's now my partner, that one particular socioeconomic group outperformed all other groups in the program. And while there is always diversity in outcomes in healthcare, it's not supposed to be the case where one group is vastly outperforming everyone else. So she just simply mentioned it, and my friend and I decided to look into it. And let's see, was there something we could do to identify why this is the case and perhaps help my wife adjust the program to serve everyone's needs. So we did that. The old-fashioned way. We pulled charts, we looked at patient records, we saw what was going on, we did focus groups, we talked to patients, we talked to and monitored, sort of how my wife ran the practice. And we did discover the underlying root cause. And once we were able to share that with my wife, she was able to adjust the practice so that all patients have an equal opportunity at a positive outcome. Learning from that, my friend and I thought, well, perhaps we can impact global public health. If we can do things at an individual patient level, just based on data analytics, maybe we can do it on a global level. So this is my partner, Ram Paravemba. He is a dual board certified anesthesiologist and pain management physician with experience as both a private practice and a hospital-based practice. He's developed care models, and he's also a rated runner, guitarist, and golfer. This is him receiving an award. More importantly, this is him getting ready, he's partially ready to treat COVID patients back during the pandemic. So he and I, based on the experience we shared, discovered that there could be a technological data analytics solution to advance global public health. And we decided to use this joint experience and develop a firm that leverages advanced technologies to do that. I'll describe the GeoMD platform that we have been building now over the past 10 years in a second. But who we work with is, while we got started sort of at the individual patient level, we now work with health systems. We work with global public health organizations like the WHO and their peers, and any organization that's impacted by health outcomes. But the genesis of what we think of is always at the clinical point of care, right? How do we help that one physician treat that one patient just a little bit better so they have a better chance at a positive health outcome? That's still our mindset. Now, the GeoMD platform that we have developed is really one of only a handful of health-focused spatial data infrastructures in the world. A spatial data infrastructure is sort of a library of data that is geocoded to location, meaning if we are talking about climate data, we will have climate statistics for this location where we're standing at right now, which might be different from the locations where the audience are, which might be different from where a future audience is who sees the video recording may be. And we have all of that data understood to be climate representative where that viewer is enjoying the presentations. The GeoMD platform also has a robust data pipeline and an AI workbench with advanced visualization capabilities, some of which I'll show and talk about. And we have among the largest repositories of geocoded health and social data in the world. And that's important because we do want to make sure that when we are analyzing data to find solutions to health outcomes, we haven't missed anything that may provide insights to why health outcomes are the way they are. And through our involvement with the United Nations GGIM, as Chris mentioned, and the Group on Earth Observations, we are positioning our spatial data infrastructure to be a cornerstone of health and geospatial collaboration, data sharing, and analysis dissemination. Our goal being that once established, all public health organizations should be able to access our data and analytics to serve their local populations. The GeoMD platform for the technologists in the audience is a multi-stack cloud-native health-focused infrastructure runs on the AWS cloud through both the Esri ArcGIS Enterprise stack and the GeoNode GeoServer open source stack. We do use a data lake architecture with serverless environment for enabling point of care and cloud edge computing. The GeoMD platform is a mechanism to enable artificial intelligence to advanced health risk analytics. We leverage health risk indicators that exist in the industry. For instance, one health risk indicator is the A1C rating that helps determine whether a patient has diabetes or not, or whether the diabetes is under management. In some cases, we leverage existing indicators, and in other cases, we create and advocate for new health indicators. For instance, wildfires and climate change, heat-induced wildfires is not necessarily a new phenomenon, but one we think is increasing over time. And so understanding which factors should sound an alarm for a health implication due to wildfire is a new indicator that we're developing. And we aid public health decision makers by advocating for and sharing these indicators and where represent current risk from local to global levels. We can do that and predict the spread and severity of disease, targeting mitigations to stop the spread. We leverage fairly advanced data algorithms, some of which I'll talk about, but we will use both machine learning approaches, AI approaches, which is really brute force statistical methods on big data, as well as agent-based simulations that we can use to assess and simulate the spread of infectious disease across populations. And then with geospatial mapping, we're able to provide really two broad things. We provide clinical point of care decision support. That is, again, the guidance on diagnosis and treatment down to the individual clinical team or physician level treating an individual patient. While we are a population health company and track data and statistics at the population level, whether that is a nation, whether that is a census tract or admin 3 or 4 in other parts of the world, or whether that is a population that is defined differently, like an employee base for a large organization or a consumer base for a retail business. While we're at the population level, we develop models that translate that population impact, population level health impacts down to individual patients. In healthcare, that's called a risk stratification. We stratify the risk of adverse health outcomes for individual patients that patients and physicians can use in their one-on-one interactions. And secondly, we provide operational support for healthcare delivery. That could be resourcing individual healthcare facilities with the supplies, staffing, pharmaceuticals that they would need to treat the affected. The core processes of our work have been successfully applied prior to and throughout the pandemic. Our prediction for COVID-19 case counts for the period of January 21 through January 22 demonstrated tremendous accuracy, even though it was a year out. So in other words, we were able to, in the United States at a state by state level in January of 21, predict the number of cases that would happen requiring both hospitalization and ICU hospitalization for an entire year through January 2022. This allowed hospital systems strong confidence in staffing to the level needed to provide care for those patients. Similarly, our prediction of flu and COVID hospitalizations, those accuracy through an entire wave when we were at the time concerned about a coincident flu and COVID twin-demic. And based on our underlying population health data captured and housed on the GeoMD platform, along with current case counts and transmission vectors based on our agent-based modeling, we were able to determine the number of ventilators that would be needed on a state-by-state level down to the facility so that those states could acquire those ventilators either from the U.S. strategic stockpile or borrow from other states or secure them from the open market. I know we've been talking about COVID quite a lot. Even the pandemic is now over, but it is still present in our memory. The pandemic is now officially over, but it's still present in our memory. During the pandemic, of course, public health is more important when there is an actual pandemic going on. So we were able to work with the WHO to identify transmission and mortality risks across the U.S. as the continent of Africa, as well as through the CARICOM countries and the U.S. Census. We were able to compare COVID risks against youth populations, population density, health facility location, and other analysis to not only understand where cases are, where case mitigation and disease spread mitigation could take place, but begin to understand who is at greater risk of catching the virus and succumbing to the virus. We were able to assess medical supply and device resources required to treat the infected and provide guidance on both vaccination and hospitalization needs. We also do a great deal of work in support of disaster response efforts. When we started some of our disaster response work prior to the pandemic, at that time, our guidance from FEMA was that they receive so much data, so much high quality data, that they needed a way to synthesize all the data into buckets, if you will, relevant to the decision points that they need to make in the middle of a disaster response scenario. And so their problem wasn't finding the data that answers their questions like a needle in a haystack. They had a haystack of needles, and they just needed to synthesize that data so they could consume it and make emergency decisions in the moment. So with geospatial technologies, because of our ability to take a lot of data, put it on a map, and visualize lots of different types of information at the same time, for instance, as you can see on these slides, we can show population level data, we can show the storm track, we can show which areas are populated, which areas are not, and so that can help visually direct resource allocation. But then as we have more and more data available, for instance, every day it seems there's a new satellite constellation that can beam down data on a disaster scenario or a disaster location that shows another great view of what's happening. Now there is so much information in front of emergency
AJ,
response.
sorry to interrupt. I think there might be something off with your mic. It's making some sounds when you're speaking.
Thank you, Christopher. How is it now?
It sounds good. We don't hear it.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. You know, it's appropriate that there was a mini disaster when we're talking about disaster response. But as I was saying, what we're learning from emergency response personnel that we collaborate with now is that they have so much data that they need more than just synthesizing the data into buckets so they can analyze it. So we built an AI application. You might think of it as a version of a ChatGPT, generative AI with large language model for disaster response specifically. A mechanism that can, once we have synthesized all of the data points relative to the population, relative to the storm, relative to potential consequences that may occur because of the storm, we can provide immediate guidance on, let's say, the top 3 things they have to accomplish right now. Now, emergency response can still do whatever they want, but this guidance on what is the most critical thing to do at the moment is very helpful and important for their ability to provide guidance. As I'm sure, unfortunately, probably many of you know, there are a lot of wildfires across the world now, 400 or 500 in Canada, Western US. Of course, Maui is hit by a wildfire that's of unexpected consequence, and there are the risks of heat-induced wildfires in many parts of the world. So we've built an index leveraging an AI approach that informs firefighters exactly what the most important things are to do. This assesses data, including things like fuel source, smoke plume, fire spread and intensity, to understand and predict both the immediate as well as long-term health impacts of the population. As I said, growing area of concern as climate change, and also because we humans are migrating to previously untouched environments, is likely to increase the risks of fire. And as I said, one of the things that we do to aid responses, and we've done this in Maui, is make an assessment of the post-fire health infrastructure. Unfortunately, sometimes fires not only destroy homes and communities, they destroy hospitals and medical clinics that are there to provide care to the displaced individuals. So we go into an area leveraging satellite data as soon as possible to understand what has been impacted so that local communities can restore those. Also, during a disaster, one of the key concerns is that we have the correct allocation of resources to facilities where patients will be, whether that is an existing clinic or a field hospital. So a particular effort we engaged in Peru, where they are prone to floods and landslides due to those floods in the Rimac River Basin, we're able to map the location of their existing medical facilities. And then as floods come in, we can see in almost real time from various satellite sources and terrestrial sensors which facilities are inaccessible and which communities are more impacted by the floods and landslides. So we can both direct individuals to the existing medical facilities that are untouched or the presence of a field hospital so that they can receive care, and we can direct resourcing to shift from inaccessible locations here in locations labeled 1 and 2 to locations labeled 3 and 4 where patients may go. So those are some of the work that we've done and we continue to do around the world around disaster response and health system operation. I do want to talk about going forward, we will need to build new systems that can address the growing concerns on public health. And that is essentially, it can fall under many names. Many like to call it an early warning system for health emergencies. Some like to call it a pandemic preparedness system. I like to focus on what is the disease or the health emergency that would cause the health emergency, and can we predict that in advance to either stop the spread or stop the occurrence of that disease. The majority of diseases in human history are caused by zoonotic spillover. A zoonotic spillover event happens when a pathogen travels from a reservoir host through a combination of secondary hosts and the environment until it eventually leads to human exposure. As you can see in this Swiss cheese model, there is a certain probability, sometimes low, sometimes high, at each of these different stages that a pathogen will survive until it eventually reaches and replicates in humans. Essentially, from animals, zoonotic diseases spill over into human populations. Every year, there are hundreds, almost every day, there's a potential pathogen that humans are exposed to. It's rare that they lead to global or even a local outbreak. However, there's strong evidence to suggest that in our changing world, that we are seeing an increasing likelihood of this happening. One of the main factors that leads to an increase in probability for an animal pathogen jumping to humans is simply more human to animal interaction. We know from previous research that on human encroachment to animal habitats, whether it's from economic development or climate change related forces, it accounts for 30.6% of all zoonotic emergencies. 30.6% of all of those events that may lead to a pandemic. On top of that, we also know that rapid changes in ecosystems leads to loss of biodiversity, similar to food chain imbalances. This usually leads to a reduction in large-bodied species with longer life histories and an increase in smaller-bodied, fast-lived species more likely to transmit zoonotic pathogens. They're fast-lived, that means they have more generations per unit of time and more opportunity for their disease spectrum to mutate into something that can be harmful to humans. This loss in biodiversity can result from deforestation, destruction of natural habitats, which are caused both by climate change and direct human involvement. For instance, biodiversity loss. Recently, the world has seen an average 68% drop in mammal, bird, fish, reptile, and amphibian populations since the 1970s. That's a long period of time for a substantial loss in diversity. Much of the loss is caused by habitat destruction due to unsustainable agriculture or logging. And climate change, which hasn't been the biggest driver of biodiversity loss so far, is expected to take on that role in the coming decades. But even in countries, as you can see in the deforestation graph, that show a growth are actually experiencing an overall reduction in the rate of reforestation, meaning that as those countries even, and as everyone in the world cuts down trees, there are fewer and slower process of trees replacing the cut down trees. And in what should be an alarm bell for the planet, in 2016, a child in Russia's far North Siberian region died, and over 100 other children fell ill in an outbreak of anthrax that scientists believe came from an infected reindeer corpse that had been buried in the snow 70 years prior, but was uncovered due to melting permafrost. As a result of these ecological changes and the increasing interconnectedness of humans and animals, it is expected that the rate of new global emerging infectious diseases are not going to slow, but potentially increase. Because of this, we need to understand how to break the chain of transmission from animals to humans, as well as from human to human. Disease surveillance, which is really what we got to do, is not a new concept, and there are dozens of interconnected systems deployed today. Throughout the past 2 decades, there have been many international initiatives to develop the technology and infrastructure required for the surveillance of infectious disease, and really the surveillance of any disease. Some of the more recent initiatives include Deep Vision, funded by USAID, among a number of others. We are working to build off of these systems by developing a more holistic understanding of the risks for the prediction of zoonotic spillover events, and therefore both emerging and endemic disease events, leveraging advanced learning and diverse data sets. Our approach includes models of climate change, environmental habitat, and their impacts, with geospatial mapping of high-risk areas for zoonotic spillover, so we can target surveillance to the specific areas where surveillance may be most needed. And then to collaborate with public health decision makers to engage in those surveillance efforts at that place. This is a model diagram. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll speed a little bit, but this is showing, leveraging synthetic data, a zoonotic spillover risk map for Peru. The darker red areas are worse. So given Peru's surveillance capacity, they should target those particular areas for higher risk. Now, as a call to action, there are many regions of the world that have issues with healthcare access, high-risk animal populations, climate change, history of emerging zoonotic disease, and overall burden of health. We can have identified areas specifically like Haiti or in Peru, as you've seen, as sub-Saharan Africa and India at higher risk. But honestly, no country is safe from increasing risks to health. And that should be yet another alarm bell. We see as benefits of improving our ability to surveil and having nonprofit systems like ours run systems is that we can actually lower the risk of future pandemics and the global burden of disease, and develop faster and comprehensive techniques for disease surveillance. One of the challenges are, of course, that we need new financing mechanisms. Most of the systems that I mentioned, in fact, all of them, are funded by either public funds or foundations. And those funds are important for the ideation of a solution and getting it off the ground, maybe for a pilot. But long-term financing through public and foundation support is simply not sustainable. We need to get private sector investment, and this will require creative thinking, such as adopting a venture philanthropy approach. A venture approach which seeks a return on investment, but also a philanthropy approach that may allow a greater period of time and a time horizon for the return on investment to be achieved. But at the end of it, we have to create a market for health risk data to establish a return on investment at all, and which could then offer long-term economic viability. For instance, we have to be able to have a market of health risk data that can advise on supply chain and operational viability for organizations that operate around the world. We may want to use health risk data to anticipate consumer behavior trends and for investment guidance on businesses. As a conclusion, global efforts to stem climate change are underway, yet planning for its health impacts is often absent. Zoonotic spillover events have the potential to lead to new global pandemics, and we are seeing it all the time. I mean, there was a pandemic of monkeypox on the heels of COVID. Current infrastructure and surveillance methods are built to respond to health outbreaks after they occur. We really need a system that is preventative and proactive. Our approach will make accurate predictions on the future health emergencies, enabling those proactive mitigation measures. Thank you.
Great. AJ Gupta, thank you so much for taking time to share with us your insights to this valuable topic. So important. We had a few questions, and I know we have just a little bit of time, so we're going to go through the questions quickly. Can you give some examples of geospatial AI improving public health?
So I think that there are limited examples because GeoAI and AI in particular is not in the consumer world for a very long time. Our solutions do represent GeoAI in that we use geospatial data and techniques along with a as I said, ChatGPT-like large language model to identify what are the most critical reasons, most critical decisions that have to be made at the moment. That deployment is mainly in the disaster response scenarios. So for instance, Canada is facing 400 plus fires. Which fire is most important from a health perspective? We can identify that. And on a particular fire, which portion of the fire line and potential fire spread and smoke plume spread is most important from a health perspective? I mean, of course, our focus is health, but these solutions are solutions that are in deployment in the world now.
Thank you for sharing. And then one quick more question, if you could share in a minute, if it's possible. How is data accuracy ensured in the geospatial AI for health decisions?
Great question. Two things. One, data science is always known that data accuracy is a challenge, right? Anytime you use data to make a decision, you got to know what the quality of the data is. So there are data science-based mathematical processes available to assess the data. The second thing, which is a little bit longer, but philosophically, the stronger the algorithm, the better the ability to make a decision that can be used in an emergency scenario to move forward. For instance, anybody who buys a house, gets a mortgage, nobody who gets a mortgage finds every mortgage provider and gets all of the details available on what their payments and overall expense would be. Yet we still secure a mortgage because our brains with our algorithms are able to take limited data and make a decision we deem to be the best possible. Our algorithms follow that logic, and so we are able to mitigate data sets that have accuracy issues or holes or gaps in the data.
Thank you so much for addressing those questions, and thank you again for being here and sharing your insights to this
Entirely my
topic.
pleasure.
Thank you. Well, we're going to move along to our next topic. And again, just to answer a question in the chat box that we see, yes, this is being recorded and it will be available on YouTube. So you can get the recording here on YouTube, as that will be the best place to listen to this summit in its entirety here later today. So we're going to be moving along to our next subject matter expert. We're going to be talking about the world forces gather to use AI to diagnose COVID-19. And you're going to be learning in this session how this idea was started by a Stanford student. Yes, a student at Stanford, and how you could build a business during a world crisis, learning on the job, can you do it all with almost no cash, and how to travel and meet people through Omicron, and looking to prevent the next pandemic and taking advantage of the network that is going to be shared with you here today. We're going to be talking to Emil Canzata, founder and president of, if I say it right, Verufi AI. Hopefully Emil will correct me if that is not correct. But after receiving his BACS in 2012, Emil joined Hewlett-Packard in Silicon Valley. In 2016, he joined Pivotal Software as a software engineer. And in 2018, he took a leave from work to move to Japan and was appointed evaluation ambassador and sent to One Young World Conference to represent Japan. In early 2020, he left his job to pursue graduate studies in artificial intelligence at Stanford University. When the pandemic hit, Emil committed himself to pandemic relief efforts and soon founded Verufi, a 501c3 organization developing a smartphone app to pre-screen for COVID-19 instantly through AI-powered analysis of voice and cough recordings. Emil is presently also enrolled in an MBA and a master's in engineering student at UC Berkeley, and his anticipation to graduate will be 2024. And without further ado, we welcome Emil Canzata to the summit.
Guys hear me? Like the camera's not working for some reason. It's like really embarrassing.
Sure.
Is there
We'll
another
take your
way
time,
to
Emil.
go
If you
there?
want to just see if we can see if there's something.
Okay, this is like really weird. I'm gonna try joining from the app on the phone as well,
Sure.
and it might work.
Well, why don't you go ahead and do that, and I'm just going to ask for the audience if there is any feedback so far, or any suggestions that you would like to share so far, as we are still early on here in the Nonprofit Healthcare Startup Summit? Any comments or any feedback anybody would like to share? Just looking here in the comments. So far, I just see, the recorded. Yes, this is being recorded. Again, you can find this on YouTube. So YouTube will be where you can access this anytime. And as we wait for Emil to get his camera ready, again, there's just some great information here being presented. And I hope that, a lot of this stuff that's being shared is helping you and where you are in this particular space. Again, if you have any questions, let us know. Feel free to reach out to us here in the comments section. All right. So we're going to wait for Emil coming back. Here we go.
All right, can you guys hear me though? Because I'll just start.
Yes, we can hear you, Emil.
and-
Yes, we can. You're coming in loud
Okay.
and clear. We just see your backdrop right now.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna present my thing, and I don't know why this is happening right now, but
That's okay. We can hear you loud and clear.
okay, great. All right, let me share my screen. So, okay, let's share the entire screen. Okay. Why is it happening silently? Okay, great. So, okay, everyone, nice to meet you all. So, okay, so I'm going to present about my nonprofit. So this is me. At least you can see my photo. So I might be the youngest speaker, and this is my first time speaking in front of like a really large audience. So yeah, I did my undergrad at Berkeley. I did computer science. So that's my background, and I've also worked in databases and security software for a few years. And yeah, actually, when I was young, when I was 18, my dad was hit in a car accident. So actually, he was helping the society a lot. So that's kind of something that went into me as well. And yeah, and then basically, I was living in Japan, and they nominated me as an ambassador. So it's a very exciting thing. Oh yeah, so basically, this is a bit about my history. All right, so basically, I'll start by telling you about what the Verify, our nonprofit, does. So basically, the whole thing during the pandemic was that getting these like PCR and antigen testing took quite long, even in the beginning, especially because the manufacturing and distribution process was very, you have to like ship these across the world. So to solve that problem, we thought, well, what if you create this app where you can just like kind of cough in your phone or talk in your phone, and it will analyze your voice and tell if you have COVID. So basically, this would turn the phone of everyone in the world into like a COVID test. So then you could have your results in seconds, use it anytime, use it at home, anonymous, for free. And then you can have real time tracking of virus spread across the world and just push software updates if there's a new variant. And eventually, we're going to expand this into all sorts of diseases. So just imagine you can detect even depression from the sound of your voice and various things on your phone. So yeah, so basically turn this into that. So we were hoping that this could really stop the spread by just really putting real-time tracking across the world. So then the organization scaled quite large. It's been 3.5 years. So now there's more than 250 volunteers, a ton of partner companies, people from all the schools, like millions of dollars in pro bono services, and a ton of data. This is a key thing. We have more than 400,000 data points that we use to train our algorithm. So the advisors. So, I mean, there's several advisors, but like, for example, we have Dr. Atlas, one of the world experts in audio signal processing, Mr. Rafi, who's one of the top data privacy experts, United Nations representative, some Fortune 500 executives as well. So basically, as a nonprofit, a lot of really like kind and smart people gather to support me on this project. And then the partner companies. So I have several. So a lot of like medical insurance companies, technology companies. We have vendors, law firms. Amazon gave us a lot of credits as well. I do want to highlight Zur, who helped with, they're really managing our app development. They're based in Argentina. Nuvu in Colombia is managing our cloud infrastructure, and Sherlock helped us with the marketing. So really, we were really supported a lot by these folks pro bono. And currently our algorithm is about 84% sensitivity specificity. So if you compare that to temperature and antigen, that basically means that we have less false negatives. So if you're positive, we're more likely to not miss you than an antigen test. No, sorry, if you're negative. But anyways, with this is from the cough sound alone. So with more training of the AI model, I think we can go to above 90 if we combine the speech and the cough and symptoms data. So yeah. And then basically our differentiators, or as a nonprofit, we gathered a ton of really talented people. We have very strong AI team because just a lot of creativity of people from all the schools and huge data set. And then we have networks. So this One Young World, I'm an ambassador. So basically every year, 200 from all 200 countries, 2,000 young leaders are sent from each country, and the prime ministers and noble lords gather. And it's kind of a conference where they support the youth to make big impact in the world. So yeah, we leverage a lot of networks globally, especially the Stanford network as well helped quite a bit. Yeah, we have some publications. Okay, so now I think what people might be curious about is like, okay, how did I build this thing? So, okay, so basically, so yeah, I was at Stanford, so I was taking some graduate AI courses. Actually, my first course in AI was about 4 years ago. So this is the Stanford president, and Andrew Ning. So I actually was able to meet them. He was my first teacher, actually, which is kind of nice. And I was thinking like, well, so like this is like my strongest power so far, like having AI, that's like amazing. So I'm like, then COVID hit, and I'm like, oh wow, I got to do something about this. So then like what happened at that time, as you all know, there was a ton of these communities of people who were gathering across the world, figuring out like, how are we going to stop COVID? Let's do something about it. So I was one of those people, and I thought the idea, well, I've been into yoga and meditation, so I'm very aware of my breathing, and I'm like, well, there must be something different in my breathing pattern when I'm sick. And also, I going to One Young World, and when all the 200 countries, I saw like everyone brought a smartphone. So as you guys might know, like 84% of the world has a smartphone. So like, well, can we use a smartphone in breathing pattern detection with AI? Or so basically that's where I had the idea, like maybe if this could work, this could actually make a huge difference. So then I went to this thing called Stanford COVID Response Innovation Lab. So that was supporting a lot of Stanford students and community members to basically create their projects. And then my first two advisors, Dr. Meister and Dr. Leskovic, from Stanford Medicine and AI department, agreed to basically advise me. So then the project started. So then from there, it just kind of started growing a lot. I told people, like I posted on LinkedIn, I started building an HR team. The team started growing. So I started with one, like myself, right? Then it became 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, 100 people. And in parallel, I was also thinking like, which country do I want to focus on first? So I work with the One Young World Network, which is basically, they have these, I think, called coordinating ambassadors who are in each of the different regions across the world. So, so I contacted basically the Africa coordinating ambassador, Europe, Japan, US, South America, and basically kind of doing a global grid search. We had the most traction, India, Pakistan, and South America actually in our beginning stages. So we decided to focus in those regions. And of course the US, that's where most of our team members were. So then some people may ask, like, oh, why are you doing nonprofit? Like, so, because as you guys probably know, like most medical device companies are, well, actually, I think every medical device company is for profit, and we are a medical device. So it's kind of weird, right? I mean, well, the thing is, like, I mean, when I started this, like, my goal was never to make money. I just wanted to do like social impact and altruism. And am I talking? Everyone can hear me, right? Oh, good. Yeah, you can hear me. So yeah, basically, yeah, I just wanted to make impact in the world, and I didn't really have any. I was just like a developer. Like I didn't know about business and I didn't really have money. So I'm like, well, I just want to do this. So like, so basically, people just started gathering. I got volunteers, pro bono partner companies like free Google, Gmail, and even my Slack I got for free. And basically, it's like what I couldn't have done this as a for-profit because I didn't even have the skills to do that. And I never realized how hard it was actually to do this. I just had the idea, let's release the app, but then there's all these like clinical regulations and the FDA and all this stuff, which I never knew about. So, and then yeah, so this is like the interesting story. So, the takeover attempts. So like it was like every like few months, like someone would come and say like, hey, Amil, we should make this for profit, and we're gonna get like super rich and blah blah blah. And it's like it's like funny. I keep like telling them like no, like we can't really yeah, no, like I want to do this as nonprofit, and like everyone gathered for nonprofit. And so it's like the first one was really hard, but then we got the pro bono law firm. And then so I think we had to give them a letter actually, like, hey, like don't bother us. And then it happened again, and some other guy said, oh, you can like, oh, you're not smart enough or something. And it's like progressively, like the age of the person who was trying to take over got older and older. And then eventually it's just like I'm like, yeah, like no, yeah, we don't really need to do that. Like so yeah. So then basically like so then yeah, so in South America we had a team and let's see. Oh yeah, so this was like in the beginning, and so then we got the powerful global team. So basically in the first, I think it was the first year, we had people from across the world. I wasn't really as focused in the beginning. I would just have people in like 20 countries, and then I kind of started focusing more in kind of regions where I had most traction. And yeah. Oh yeah, and then so then what happened? It was okay. So this was October 2020. So I started the thing in March, and in October, like I had a kind of epiphany because like some advisors like, hey, Emil, like you don't really have business skills, so like how like I never managed people before, so I didn't know how to do this. Like being like a CEO is like being like 10 ranks higher than like a developer, right? So I had like no idea what I was doing. So I'm like, dude, I gotta like learn something. So I thought, okay, let me apply for MBA school because that's where you learn how to do business. And because I'm doing computer science, I may be a technology business leader. So I applied. So that was in October. So I was applying to various schools. And then what happened is January. So then the company I mentioned, the Sherlock Communications, they were very kind. I met the CEO and they said, we believe in what you're doing. So they basically put out like, I think it was like 300 press releases. So like all across South America, we had a ton of press coverage about like, hey, we're building this app and we need people's help to basically contribute your cough samples so that we can train the AI algorithm to get this app out in the world. Yeah, so then, but when this happened, we had a flood of people contacting us, and I think like a lot of people joined the company, and then my team got a lot stronger. So this was like a key event in the beginning. So the team got stronger. And we kept developing it. Then in August, so this was, yeah, a few months later, I was accepted into the program at Berkeley. So I joined in August. So this was an interesting time. So I was a student, but I was also running the startup. But I learned a lot during this program because it was just a year before I had to take a leave of absence to focus on the startup. But like, people are very kind to me, and I started to meet all these people who knew a lot about business, which I didn't know, and the professors. So it was great because what I was learning, I was applying immediately as I ran the startup. And yeah, and then it was nice also. Like so, once the restrictions got a bit lower, I started traveling. So it was actually pretty nice because like during the Omicron surge, I was like taking a lot of airplane flights, and like no one wanted to fly, and the hotels were really cheap. And I was just like a student, like without really money, so it was nice. So yeah, here's our team in Colombia. We got the flyers and everything, and they were helping us collect data from patients because they were doing PCR testing. These are our team in Brazil, and very kind. Yeah, these guys were lawyers actually, which is funny because we worked on the data privacy laws. Um, and yeah, last year actually around in the summer, I started the Japan team because I was finally able to come to Japan. I think the restrictions, yeah, I needed a special visa, I think, actually, to come in that summer. And yeah, I know Japanese fluently, so easier to move here. Yeah, and I'm actually in Tokyo right now, and it's like 11 p.m., so I was a little sleepy. Okay, so yeah, another thing that happened so earlier this year, so we finally got to a point where we could release the app. So we were working with this large medical insurance company in Colombia. So then we basically we said, okay, great, we've got the app to this point. Let's do like what am I trying to say? Like a beta app release. So basically, what we agreed upon is that we would all 4,500 of their employees would have access to our app, and basically people who were flagged at high risk of COVID would go get a PCR test. So we did a lot of time with them, about 6 months. So we concluded this in last month because COVID dropped. But basically, it was a good 6 months where we really worked out all the bugs and kinks in the system. And yeah, and if you guys don't know about Colombia, it's like here in South America at the top here, and they have this like really nice thing called guanabana. So I went there like I think 5-6 times. It's a really nice fruit. Yeah. And okay, so I'm gonna leave more time for questions, but so basically, one thing I'll say is like we need your help. So basically, this whole Verify project was done by volunteer efforts. Oh, we did have one government contract with the Human Health Services, which was quite good as well, but a few $100,000. But basically, we've not really had money. So yeah, one thing, if people like want to donate money, we are a 501c3, so we can give the tax receipt. And I also am applying for a lot of grants right now. I'm surprised how much funding the U.S. government has actually, like NIH, NSF. We also need volunteers and partner companies who want to help us pro bono. So we can't pay right now, but basically, like one thing is we do want to collect more cough samples of people who have like COVID or tuberculosis or flu or asthma, different diseases, right? And so we can train our AI models. We want we are working on our new website. So some website like a company who can do website development. Of course, we could use more AI developers, DevOps, HR people, into recruiting different things, marketing people, project management, tech, all sorts of tech stuff, grant writers. So these are kind of the things we're looking for. Okay, so I will. I guess I'll stop sharing. I don't know why my video's not working, but yeah, maybe we can have some questions.
Great. Well, Emil, thank you so much for sharing great insights. Thank you for your time. No worries on the camera. There
Now
you go.
it's
We can see you
working.
now.
Okay, I think it was like the antivirus or something. Okay.
we can see you now, so you're fine. So we have a couple questions that did come in. First of all, thank you again for sharing. It was great insights. How did you develop AI for COVID-19 diagnosis during the crisis?
How did I develop it? Well, so yeah, basically what happens is that we gathered the cough samples and of people who are PCR positive and negative for COVID, and then we trained the AI system to basically differentiate positive and negative, and then that was what we integrated into our app.
Oh, great. And another question that came in, what lessons did you learn about AI's role in diagnosing dynamic diseases?
AI's role. I mean, like, well, so the thing is that actually, one interesting thing is that in the past, there are a few hundred groups working on this problem, but no one got FDA approval. And the reason is because like no one got above like 90%, which is apparently what FDA needs to see to approve. I mean, Antigen got through it because of the emergency declaration, which is over. But so basically, what I learned is that I mean, AI is not at it's not at that level yet where or the science has not gotten strong enough yet. So we really need a very strong collaborative approach to get this because everyone's like trying to work alone right now and no one really shares their data and algorithms. So that is actually one thing we're pivoting towards, which is an interesting direction to get a collaborative force behind this to push this through the FDA.
Okay, great. Thanks for sharing. And this is exciting. I mean, in terms of what are the, I mean, just my question, what are the next steps for you in terms of where you are and where you're going? I mean, could there be another pandemic? I mean, you hear that speculation that another one could be right around the corner. We just don't know in this uncertain world we live in. And what would those next steps be?
Yes, I mean, it may be happening right now. I mean, a lot of people are getting COVID, but like because their testing's not really happening, we don't really, what is it? Like, we don't know where the spread is happening. So one thing is kind of like like it would be exciting like if this app is available across the world, and then even if a small percentage of people are even putting their coughs, there can be like real-time tracking across the world of indications of a next pandemic, or yeah, stuff like that, or helping monitor COPD or asthma or something, or early detection of lung cancer is also quite interesting.
Yeah, I think that I mean so many things with cancer, like you said, and other types of diseases. I think this could be really, really powerful and so important. Anything else that we still got a little time here. We still got about
Mhm.
4 minutes, and like anything else that you would like to share that could enlighten, everyone that is listening live right now, and those that are also will be watching later here on YouTube as well.
Oh yeah, like I mean, I don't know, it's been a really fun ride. I mean, it's like oh yeah, the network. So I mean, yeah, like how to say it?
Yeah, and you can address that other question that just came in. If you want to address the network and that, you can
oh
do as
yeah,
well.
yeah. So I mean, like so I think nonprofit was really the right choice, and I don't regret it at all, because it's like so easy to get help, and I mean and people know like I'm not here to get rich, and it's like and if I was like working with a VC or something, they're just like gonna strangle me and like, when are you gonna exit and give us 100 times back our money? And it's like um so I got to meet like a prime minister, I got to meet like the chairman of one of the fag companies like a couple times, who's also interested to support me. And it's basically like these, like how to say it, like once these kind of people support, like the level of advice they give, like I have this huge, every time I need something, I have different advisors who can help me like work through these really hard problems. And or they can introduce me like for example, like we did a few 100,000 samples we collected in partnership with the chairman of the largest medical insurance company in one country. So just like a massive ripple effect. Like he introduced like 10 companies, and basically all their CEOs assigned their staff to kind of work with us and make this happen. And um, yeah, so it was kind of cool.
Wow, that's great. That's great. And I see here in our private chat box, we have somebody that was reaching out to say, "Hey, how can we partner to support?" So
Oh,
that's a good thing. So maybe you could take that
uh,
offline and,
yeah,
and
yeah.
see where that goes from there. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's exciting with this. And in terms of, you're a 501c3. I love that fact. I have a 501c3 as well, and there's always going to be pros and cons to which way you set up. But in this way, from what you just gave us, this was your best choice for what you felt, what you were looking to do.
oh yeah, and also another interesting thing is that like I really leverage the academic networks a lot. So I mean,
Yeah,
so it's kind of like, I mean, it's just because like it's like open for everyone to kind of join. And so I got a lot of students, and then the students like pulled in their professors, and I mean now we're applying for different funding at Stanford and MIT or wherever it is. There's all these, and then the alumni networks, like they really like to support their students and stuff. So I think that's like actually really powerful. Honestly, I feel like we can reach anyone at any level in any country. Like, so the network's like huge.
yeah. Well, I know with Stanford, when you mentioned, because you went to Stanford. Stanford's got a great program for that. I've done, me personally, I've done some things with their graduate group in terms of storytelling. They have a group there, and I'm not even a Stanford alumni, and I feel like I'm part of the family just because I've been included in their storytelling groups and so on as a speaker. So yeah, so great to hear. It's exciting to hear all the great things that you're doing here. Any other final comments that you would like to make before we move forward?
Oh yeah, I guess like another thing, like my work ethic, I'm quite into like mindfulness and stuff. So like to really have like a high, like how to say it, like when you're a leader of a organization, your energy level and your that affects everyone actually. So
Mm.
like really taking care of myself is important for the entire organization. And also just like also being like grateful to everyone, and having like these like awards and stuff that we give to people. I mean, even small, what I didn't realize is now like even a few small words I say can really have a big impact on people. And I'm like, yeah, so I have to like kind of be careful what I say and stuff like that. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
No.
Well, Emil, I want to thank you so much for taking the time today to be with us. You shared some great insights, and we encourage everybody that is listening to reach out to Emil, get connect with him on LinkedIn and some other areas that you will see on the website. And again, Emil, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're about to move forward. We're right on schedule. Again, if you have any feedback or comments thus far to what Emil shared, or just in general for everything you've heard so far, feel free to share that in the comments here. Again, we take that information as very important to how we move forward to help best serve you on future summits. And we're going to be moving along, and we're going to be talking about our next topic: launching a new integrated health clinic, counting up the cost. And in this session, you're going to learn, the journey to the launch, how to fund the vision, how to scale for greater success, and how collaboration is the key. We're going to be talking about to Sean Pearson. She's the CEO of Xeon Institute, and a little bit about Sean as a social impact entrepreneur. Her innovative work has resulted in long-lasting legacy building community impact. In 2022, she was named the Minority Business Enterprise of the Year by the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Women with Vision by the National Association of Women Business Owners, and the Horace Steele Child Advocacy Award. She's also named as one of the top 100 CEOs in Phoenix by Titan 100 in 2022 and 2023, and is co-founder and CEO of Xeon Institute. She operates a campus in South Phoenix, Arizona called The Well at Xeon Institute, which offers transformational resources to community, including childcare, preschool, social enterprise development, integrated health services, family preservation services, and emergency resources. And in her personal life, she is known as a wife, mother of 6, grandmother of 14, transformational speaker, teacher, and a published author and solutionist. And without further ado, we welcome Sean to the summit. Sean, how are you?
Good morning. I'm doing very well. I'm inspired after listening to Emil, a very young and powerful leader. I love his innocence about this work, and so it was rejuvenating to
Well,
listen.
it's no coincidence that you guys went back to back here. So we're looking forward to feed off that energy and everything that you're going to share on this enlightening topic with us.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to actually be here with you all. I am learning so much from a worldview for the work that I'm doing at a very grassroots level here in Arizona. So thank you for the opportunity.
Our pleasure.
So
And the stage is yours.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen as soon as I figure out which one to open. Give me 30 seconds. I'm not part of the tech world. So
Take your time.
Here we go. Let's see. I'm sharing. Go Windows. Here we go. I'm smarter than I thought I was. How about that? My generation is learning all of the AI and all of the technology benefits, which are a huge blessing. Good morning. Good
Thank you.
To all of you. I'm Sean Pearson. I am founder and CEO of Xeon Institute here in Phoenix, Arizona. And much of what we're hearing has been on a world stage, which is very exciting for me. And I want to just say that the key to applying everything that I'm going to share with you will be adapting it to the community that you are in, because one thing that is consistent about the social determinants of health is that there's need everywhere. The lack can be addressed just by adapting these simple principles that I'm going to share. So I'll be presenting to you how to launch a nonprofit integrated health clinic and how collaboration is absolutely key. So my goals is to just share some knowledge and experience about the work that I've done, some key steps in preparation for that work, the essentials for implementation, and of course, some tools that will help you scale faster. A little bit about Xeon Institute. We are a 501c3. We're located in Phoenix, Arizona. We're about 13 years old now in terms of the work that is currently being done. But our nonprofit exists to break cycles of generational poverty. And as you could hear by my introduction, my hands are in pots lots of places. And that's because of the social determinants of health that are in the community in which I serve. But the goal of Zion is to actually create different transformational program models that will address those social determinants of health, meaning that whatever the need is in that community, we figure out how to help those community residents and those agencies and churches and businesses monetize their mission to bring solutions to their community. And then those models are something that we make replicable in other communities so that there's no lack of access to those resources. And as Christopher shared, we are located in South Phoenix, Arizona. We have a campus that we refer to as the well, where individuals can be met at their point of need. So there's no wrong door, depending on what their need might be. As they enter the campus, we're figuring out what is the solution they need to make sure that their life can be improved and that they can go on giving what they have to offer to their community. So on your journey to launch, as you're interested in launching a nonprofit healthcare startup, it's important to know who you are. What are the gifts that you are bringing to the table, the experience that you are bringing to the table, so that you can actually leverage that against what's already there in the community. And there's something that's very important if you're establishing as a nonprofit. Remember that a nonprofit is a tax designation. It's not a business model. So it doesn't mean you can't make money. It just means how you use that money that you make is for the good and perpetuation of the programs and services that you offer. And so I want to do away with the misnomer that a nonprofit means that you have to always be scrounging, always be borrowing, begging, be dependent on the donors. That is the traditional model for nonprofit operations. But as a tax designation, you're not prevented from raising all the money you can through providing services and solutions to the communities that you might want to serve. And in that, as I said, you want to know what your strengths are as you come to the table to bring a solution to the communities you want to serve, and what are your vulnerabilities as well, so that you can really focus on where do you need to leverage up with existing resources that are there in the community, or who do you need to bring to the table that can help you be successful in this work. Then next, you want to make sure that you've identified the community need. We had a couple of presenters earlier that shared that it's not good to come into a community with your idea of what the solution should be, but really understanding the community that you are in. And that means taking a look at the social determinants of health that are in that particular community. Just because there's poverty or just because there's disenfranchisement or a lack of access to one particular resource doesn't mean that intellectual capital is absent from that community. And so there might be a wealth of assets that are right there under your nose as you come in to provide a solution for healthcare. There might definitely be some other community-based agencies and partners and advocates and even residents that are in that area that can help you stand up the work that you're trying to accomplish. And so then next, I want to encourage that you would do a neighborhood asset map. Discover what's around you, what already exists to be leveraged, what are the actual gaps in that space, so that as you design your particular model for your integrated clinic, integration won't necessarily look like traditional primary care with just a little bit of behavioral health sprinkled in and then all the specialties around it. But you want to make sure that you're building something that is unique to the needs of the specific community that you are trying to serve. And through that market research that you're going to do, you'll identify who your competitors are as well as your collaborators. Now, I happen to be one to say that there's so much need that there's no competitor. Even if they're in the same field that I'm in, there may be something that I can offer to someone that another agency can't, or they may be able to offer something to the clients and patients that we serve that I would want to make that referral. So there's no competition when there's such great need in the communities all around the world. So look at it through a different lens of how can we share what's there and maybe have 50% of something instead of 100% of nothing because we can't get off the ground. And then the next important thing that I would encourage about your launch is really counting up the cost. And I'm referring to not just the financial resources, but the time investment that it's going to take as a startup. If you're like me, I'm a community mobilizer. I didn't come from wealth, had a lot of kids and a whole lot of grandkids, as you can see through my bio. And so there weren't necessarily a lot of financial resources available as I got started from my own dollars, but the network of individuals that I'm connected to made all the difference in the world. But it took a lot of my time investment. As Emil just referred to, there's so much about your own life that you'll discover as you're launching a nonprofit, because it takes a lot of mental and emotional energy as well as the physical energy from knocking on doors and telling your story. And then the last thing you want to make sure that you have in place before you launch is a strategic plan and an implementation strategy. So walk through everything you understand that it's going to take, figure out the resources that you're going to need for that, put together a timeline that actually goes with that work so that you understand that this is not something that is an overnight. This is something that is going to take you possibly some months to put into place. But if you're strategic about how you do it, you can leverage what is already out there to help you propel into a launch much faster. And that implementation strategy, as I said, should include your time, the gifts you bring to the table, how much money you have available to get it started, and how much more do you need so that you can put together a realistic timeline as you begin to announce to the world that you're coming out to share and create solutions. And so a big part of what we experienced at Zion was, how do we fund the vision? I happen to serve in a community that is what I call overserviced yet underserved. And by that, I mean there were a number of agencies that were coming into the community where I happened to live, work, worship, and serve, that didn't know us. They weren't in relationship with us. So they had tons of money, but the services weren't reaching our community. So being a resident and coming into this field of healthcare, in particular, integrated healthcare, was a challenge for us. I was in the same space with very large healthcare providers that had all the bells and whistles, but not necessarily the relationships. And so I had to learn all of these steps through trial and error, or I call it Hard Knock University. So I have a great degree, several from this university. But funding this vision really required an understanding of all of these steps that I'm about to share. And so specifically becoming a licensed provider in the area that we were in, you have to make sure you understand all the nuances and all of the requirements that your state or the area that you're going to serve in. It's important that you understand those guidelines that are essential for obtaining that license, because you are providing healthcare services. You're going to have medically trained professionals on staff. You're going to have a facility that is equipped to deliver all of the services in a best practice way according to the state or the government guidelines that are applied to the area that you're in. And then, of course, here locally, there's an application process. I'm sure there's one for whatever area you might be in, but making sure that you are following those steps to the letter. And on the operational side, making sure that you have policies and procedures that line up with the services that you want to offer in accordance with those guidelines, those governmental guidelines. And then internally having those standard operating procedures. Those procedures are the things that are going to help you flow smoothly, help you be consistent in the way that you deliver service, and help you to expand in a way that's not disruptive to your cash flow and not disruptive to your team. And then, of course, you heard some of the other presenters talk about EHR. The electronic health record systems are crucial. I certainly encourage you to be able to do something that is web-based. You can access it anywhere that you are, but it's important to protect the medical information of all the individuals that you're called to serve, for you to track all of your outcomes, all of the data that you need that will be important for you as you go to apply for grants and tell your story as a nonprofit. Those are the keys to being able to leverage other resources, including other partners that get interested in the work. And so as you've done all of those things, it's important to also be researching how you secure contracts with the insurance companies. If you're anything like I was, I gave away 90 and I kept 10 for all that was being earned through the work in the earlier years of our nonprofit. But in this healthcare arena, there's such a critical need, but there are also a number of resources that are fee for service. So the insurance companies will pay you to deliver these services. And so you don't necessarily have to depend on grants to sustain you, but those contracts are going to be key to the relationships that allow you to access all of those individuals that you want to serve in the healthcare industry. And so it's important to do the research about who is serving the particular audience that you want to serve, who's providing the insurance coverages for those individuals, as well as who's giving money in those spaces to help you stand up the work that you're being called to do. And then I like to highlight what I call the 4Gs. This is a marketing strategy that I teach to some of our social entrepreneurs. It's get out, get known, get liked, and get paid. So as you're doing your work, as you're preparing to license, it's important that you get out and let others know what you're doing. Share your story, share your vision. You want to be known in the industry. You want to be known in the community that you're in, but it's important that you're known for good things. Be known for telling a story that is accurate about who you are and what you do. Integrity matters, not just because you're in business, but just the character of you as a leader or a service provider in a community. If you're not trusted, then you still don't gain the traction that you need to be able to serve. So it's important that you're liked. You can be known, but not known for doing good business. So you want to be liked in the community that you're in the network of service providers that you're in, by the insurance companies, by any of the individuals that would be an asset in the healthcare industry in the field that you're in. And positioning yourself that way allows you to get paid. And remember what I said, a nonprofit is not a business model. It is simply your tax designation. So getting paid is not a bad thing. Being able to monetize this work that you do allows you to do more work and expand your vision, hire more people, bring more solutions to community. And so getting paid for the work that you do is just a way to leverage and expand and really scale what you're trying to do, and hopefully even replicate it in other places like Emil referred to, and being in multiple countries with your work. That would be a fascinating thing to do for your healthcare system. So don't be afraid of the 4Gs. Next, I encourage you to leverage the existing resources. While you're out there getting known and getting liked, you need to also be getting familiar with who else is in the community, who else is a fit to leverage and partner and to collaborate with, and to be able to make referrals or to learn from, just like we're doing on this conference, learning from each other, how you can do what you're doing better. I believe it's certainly important to allow you to not have to be hit by the obstacles that I was hit with. And that's why it's important for me to share the knowledge that I've gained through this journey. I actually did not start off in healthcare. My background is actually nonprofit organizational development. And I landed in healthcare just to create solutions for the community that I lived in where I saw gaps. And so I brought my gifts of organizational development and a passion for people and community to the table with healthcare providers and with community activists and with community residents. And we all sat down and talked about what does our community actually need to create access to improved healthcare. And that's how we landed in integrated health services. And the rest is history. We're 2 years into this model, but have 3 others that we're helping to launch with this model locally. And we're creating that collective impact as a network of resource providers. And so leveraging existing resources is going to cut your startup costs potentially if you can find right partners that are interested in coming to the table to be part of the solution with you. So don't be afraid to collaborate versus compete. I know traditional market tells us to see who your competitors are. What's your edge? What's your niche? Your niche is beautiful, and it's even more fabulous when you connect it to someone else's to be a solution for someone in need. And then lastly, with funding your vision, securing grants as a startup, it has been essential to the work of every new startup that Zion has launched as a social impact incubator, that we have grants at the front end of that work. Being able to tell your story effectively, having that strategic plan, that implementation strategy that has a timeline and a budget attached to it makes you very attractive for conversations for those venture capitalists, those angel investors, which is what Zion experienced. A number of zero interest loans that allowed us to be able to start this work. And then those monies went back into a social impact fund that continues to repeatedly support other nonprofits that are getting launched, that are creating solutions to community. But it's important to remember that grants should be a seed and not what feeds your nonprofit, because the grants make you so subject to other people's interests and whims and the changing economy and so many other factors that make you vulnerable and make your sustainability questionable if you don't have other sources of revenue. Remember, you're going into healthcare. It's a need that is nationwide, internationally needed. However you want to look at it, even if you want to continue to work at a grassroots level in just the space that you live, work, and serve, grants are only going to sustain you to a certain degree. So if you're interested in making greater impact, certainly consider the grants just as that seed and not what will feed you as you continue to grow your work. So as you've gotten going with your work, you've gotten licensed, your doors are open, you are serving clients and patients, you're filling the needs in your community. It is very important to be okay with starting small and being excellent. One of Zion's guiding principles is service in the spirit of excellence. And so it's okay to be small as you're getting started. Be good at what you do with those small numbers so that you can perfect the work that you are doing before you expand. And so it's important that as you are preparing for growing, that you be consistent in how you're delivering the services and that you monitor what you're doing on a regular basis and analyze the outcomes from the work that you're doing. So maybe you've served 50 people to start. What was their feedback about the services you delivered? What was missing in their experience as they entered your clinic? Who else around the community has stepped into the industry that you might be able to still leverage and create greater impact? So constant evaluation and analysis of the work that you're doing is critical as you prepare to grow. You want to make sure that you're not growing a defective model, but rather you're solidifying your foundation before you move into the next level of growth and service that you're interested in providing. And be okay with adjusting for innovation. There is so much of, in the nonprofit industry in particular, doing what has always been done as a solution because that's what's always been done. But I would encourage you, having seen that the poverty rate in America has not changed very much in the last 50 years, maybe some of what we're doing might need a little bit of an innovative switch in order for us to create solutions and not just some things that perpetuate the poverty that we're seeing within our community and within our nation. So don't be afraid to be innovative in the way that you approach bringing the solutions for your particular healthcare clinic. Do what's relevant for the population that you are serving. Create those solutions and don't be afraid to add that to the cadre of services that are being offered. Don't go so far off the beaten path that your funding sources, your insurance contracts, and so forth aren't going to support the work that you do, but make sure that you're actually meeting a need, not just building and maintaining the infrastructure of the nonprofit that you've established. Because if you create solutions and you're relevant in this space, as you grow and as you expand, the service that you're offering may not necessarily be the same thing they need 5 years from now, but they'll still need you as a provider. They'll still trust you as a provider because you brought a solution that sustained the community and not just sustained your organization. And so be prepared to grow your audience by telling your story. Tell the wonderful success stories that you've experienced, the individual stories about those families, those people that you've been able to serve with the work that you've done, with the innovation that you've brought to the particular solution of healthcare that you want to offer. Telling your story is critical. If you're not comfortable speaking in front of people, I encourage you, take a class on storytelling. Go to Toastmasters, get in front of small groups of people that you're comfortable talking to and sharing what you've done, sharing what you've experienced, the good, the bad, the ugly, but staying focused on industry standards, making your story relevant to what's happening in healthcare. It's heartfelt work if you're on the nonprofit side. We are typically givers when we're on this side, but make sure that the conversation that you're having, the story that you're telling about what you're doing is relevant to the solutions and the audience of people that you're around. So if you're conversing with your patients, have the story about why you started and ask them for feedback about how you could do better. If you're in an audience of innovators like yourselves, talk about how you all can leverage what you're doing after you've told your story and your experience about what your clinic is offering. Maybe there's someone in the room that has knowledge that you need. And if you tell your stories, they might be able to help you improve your quality processes and maybe change some of your procedures and help you flow a little bit better and generate more revenue for greater sustainability. And likewise, if you're in an audience of individuals who are funding this type of work, you want to be able to tell your story in a way that it highlights your outcomes, it highlights your innovation, and it highlights your passion and commitment to this service so that you can continue to be successful. And then invite them in, bring them together with a call to action. Come and be a part of the work that we're doing. Like Emil did in his presentation, we're looking for partners. We're looking for people that will help us gather more data. Don't be afraid to ask for the help when you need it as you're telling your story so that you can grow not just the audience of people that are you're serving, but the audience of people that are supporting you as you serve. And most passionately for me is the conversation about collaboration. I cannot tell you how impactful collaboration has been to the work that we've done here locally and in the 6 other states that I've been able to work in: California, Indiana, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Just some incredible things have happened because we were willing to work with others. We haven't stepped into this space believing that we knew it all. We came in looking for who's got something to add to this incredible soup that tastes so good because it's a solution for the community that we're serving. So having those conversations as we stepped into new arenas made all the difference in the world as to how fast we were able to grow and how impactful our work was able to be. Because of collaboration, it expanded what I call our ecosystem. So we've stepped into sectors that I never imagined. We started off just a nonprofit trying to build capacity in a community. We're now in businesses, we're now in churches, we're now in community agencies, we're now in stores, we're now in banks. All of these different sectors came together. Our education district that we're in with over 60 schools is now a part of our collaboration. So we get to reach into those schools K through 12 to provide services to the families that have children attending those schools. And so the expansion never would have happened if we'd not chosen to collaborate. And those new relationships made way for a lot of leveraging of space. So we didn't have to pay for new infrastructure for a new building. We used mobile medicine and are using mobile medicine to go to the sites where they're at because of those connections that we've been able to make. And so being able to leverage all of those additional resources at no cost because they recognized we had something to offer to them that met a need for the population they were desiring to serve. And so we were able to step right in and co-create what worked for their particular location. And that increased our engagement with our clients that we're serving, those patients that we wanted to reach, from the children to their guardians, their parents, their grandparents, the seniors in the community. It's just a network ripple effect through the engagement that we've done. And it improved the quality of lives for our patients because a number of them couldn't get to our clinic. But through the mobile services, they're going to school 5 days a week. They have access to their teacher, they have access to the nurse's office, and thereby had access to us as medical providers. So the innovation of just stepping out, seeing what the need is, figuring out how we could fill it, created this opportunity for us to really address that community need that we have and ultimately do what we intended, was improve the quality of life for the people that we're serving. And so this, I just wanted to give you a snapshot of collaboration in action. As I said, Zion's a nonprofit that exists to break cycles of generational poverty. And so while we started there, we are in healthcare, we're in community doing a host of things with emergency services. We're in the track of business, creating entrepreneurs. We're in the track of education, making sure that childcare, preschool, our kids are ready, our adults are going through apprenticeships and such. But all of this was a simple result of collaborating with others because we had an interest in doing our healthcare We had an interest in doing integrated healthcare, but for Zion, integration meant integrating, incorporating anything that created a solution for the individuals that we were called to serve. And so it wasn't just medical services, and it wasn't just behavioral health medicine that was attached to that. It wasn't just the specialty medicine that was attached to that for healthcare maintenance, but it was all of the other facets of life that individuals face that prevent them from being the best human being that they can be. And then adding them to the network and inviting them to bring their strengths to the table. It resulted in this wonderful kaleidoscope of different resources and a network of support for everyone that touches Zion. So I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I want to leave you with a few reminders. As you prepare to launch your nonprofit integrated health system, remember innovation and collaboration. As you start off, know who you are and what you have to offer. What are you bringing to the table, so you have a realistic picture of the work that you need to do to be solid as you launch. But know the need in the community that you're desiring to serve, so that your service model can be specific and intentional to that audience. And then design what you're doing to suit what you're doing in that community. Make it fit who they are, not who you believe they should be. And then you want to leverage grants as seeds, not as your foundation, but as your seeds to launch. And as you look for other sources for fee-for-service opportunities through healthcare service provision, that is where your sustainability will lie. Look at your grants as an opportunity to seed and to grow. Be okay with starting small and then scaling. It makes a difference if you can be excellent at the stage that you're at and then grow beyond that. And finally, collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Don't be afraid to share your knowledge. Someone else will share theirs with you, and together you can be better. So again, I thank you all for giving me an opportunity to present. This is my contact information if anyone wanted to reach out and connect intentionally and figure out how we can be great together in this great USA or even abroad internationally. I'm willing to travel and share my knowledge, of course, via Zoom, of course, via the internet, but also in person as well. So thank you for this opportunity, Chris, and I will turn it back over to you.
Sean, thank you so much. Such valuable information about the 501c and nonprofits, and love what you shared about not being dependent on one source, in this case, a grant. Such great information. And I'm hoping everyone's taking notes, had taken notes, and goes back and listens to this segment that Sean shared. Such great advice to really move your nonprofit forward. And again, collaboration, 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 so important. It's so important. I know we got maybe about a minute, Sean, but if you can answer a question for us, when you're looking at balancing quality care and operational costs in clinics, can you share an example of a collaboration that boosted your clinic's impact?
Absolutely. Currently, our clinic is constructed with multiple service providers who are all separate service providers in various areas. So we share a licensed clinical space with an MD, with a nurse practitioner, with a specialty health provider. And so our overhead cost is shared at the facility by these other providers who need that infrastructure support, but didn't want to pay for the cost of space. And so through that collaboration, different types of providers are welcomed into our space to be able to offer the services to our community. And so that prevented us from having to fund and support those things that we recognize were critical needs to our community.
Thank you so much for all this insight that you shared to us. We highly encourage you, everybody, to reach out to Sean, get to know her, and collaborate with her. So many great things. Sean, thank you so much for being here.
I appreciate the opportunity, Christopher. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to be going to break here, but before we do, I just wanted to remind everybody again, the summit recording is available on the YouTube channel at Glorium Technologies. That's all one word, Glorium Technologies. There you'll find the summit recording. And again, we would love to get your feedback to Sean's share on running a successful nonprofit. Any feedback that you have, well, please provide that in the comments. Any questions that you have, feel free to reach out as well. We highly encourage you to do that. And with that being said, we're going to be going to a brief coffee break. We're going to be coming back at roughly, well, we started a little bit late. 11:10 is our projected start time, East Coast time. If we go a couple minutes, I guess after that should be fine. But we're going to take a break for about 6 to 7 minutes or so, just to do for a bio break, get a cup of coffee, whatever that would be for you. And we're going to be coming right back with our next subject matter expert that will be talking about about considering and starting a new nonprofit to address global humanitarian issues. Okay, everybody. Hope everyone had a great break. Again, take advantage of the health summit, health tech summit that's coming up November 15th. Hopefully, you grab some of those QR codes to download that information to register. That's going to be November 15th of this year from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. East Coast time. Another great lineup of subject matter experts for that summit. So we'll make sure that we will provide that again here later. So this way you can make sure to get that onto your calendar. We've got some great feedback came in, just again, congratulating and all the speakers and getting some great value. So many comments that we want to thank you for everybody for doing that. And again, yeah, will this PDF presentation be shared? This we'll make sure that we do get that addressed, but the recording of this event is on YouTube at Glorium Technologies, one word, and you can find it there. And we'll see if we can get you an answer as to the PDF presentations that you've seen here so far. Well, we're going to move along right now to our next presentation, and we're going to be talking about considering and starting a new nonprofit to address global humanitarian issues. You're going to learn in this session how developing countries and countries in crisis are in dire circumstances that require your help. What is it like, and what are the pros and cons of managing a nonprofit? The good and the bad and the ugly of dealing with impoverished global countries. You're going to learn about ethics, respect, and integrity, and avoiding being the arrogant donor. And then success, making a difference in how to move forward. We're going to be talking with Walter Ulrich. He's the president and CEO at Medical Bridges. His company is a leader in global health equity and life-changing and life-saving nonprofit serving the global poor by providing needed medical supplies and equipments to clinics and hospital graduates. I think that's what it is. In the last 24 months, Medical Bridges prepared, staged, and shipped 350 tons of desperately needed medical supplies and equipment valued at more than $17 million to Ukraine, Haiti, Afghanistan, and other developing countries in the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Walter was previously CEO of the nonprofit Houston Technology Center. He's a member of the Texas Advisory Committee of the bipartisan U.S. Global Leadership Coalition, and he was honored with the Global Impact Award at the HITDC 2022 G7 Annual Gala. Previously, the Texas Black Expo bestowed him their Community Builder Award, a former trustee of Stevens Institute of Technology, and he proudly served his country in the U.S. Marine Corps. And we salute Walter for that. And without further ado, we welcome Walter Ulrich to the stage to share his expertise in the area of nonprofits. Walter, great to have you here.
Christopher, thanks so much for the introduction. Thanks for your work with Little Leagues. I thought Sean Pearson did a wonderful job. Sean, if you're still on, congratulations. That was terrific. I'm going to repeat a couple of the most important points she made, but word for word, if you missed it, go back and look at that on YouTube.
Well, we welcome you, and the stage is yours to go ahead and share what you like to share with us today.
Perfect. Well, I'm excited to be here, and I'm very thankful also to Glorium Technologies for putting this together. What a humanitarian thing for Glorium Technologies to do, to bring us together to talk about health issues and starting nonprofits. As you mentioned, Christopher, in your introduction, the need around the world is dire. There are both challenges and opportunities to be of service to humanity. Those challenges, those opportunities are great. The challenges are difficult. There is bad out there as well as good. But if done right, those people that are interested in starting nonprofits, can energize health and hope for people who have neither. I also want to take a moment to salute Rotary. There are Rotary chapters in almost every city in the US and most cities and countries around the world, where their theme for this year is create hope and help, create hope in the world. And I'm for the health part of that hope. On your screen, you'll see one statistic, but put this in this context. The economies in the developing world will not return to their 2019 economic levels until 2024 or even 2025 because of the impact of COVID. It still impacts the world. And that means at the same time, their needs for healthcare are greater. And there are countries in crisis also requiring specialized healthcare. You can see on this slide the foundation of the USA in terms of infant mortality and life expectancy. By the way, the USA is not the best in the world. In fact, it is toward the bottom of the developing countries, but way better than so much of the developing world. In Haiti, out of every 100,000 live births, 2,200 children are going to die, and about 620 moms are going to die. And that's Afghanistan. And those statistics are before the Taliban took over. The situation has only become more dire. In Haiti, 2,700 deaths of infants out of every 100,000 live births. That's almost 3 out of every 100 live births. And maternal mortality is about 350 out of every 100,000. And these statistics are prior to the earthquake and the assassination of the president. Haiti has now deteriorated to having no active government. Today, we quietly celebrate the 32nd anniversary from 1991 of the independence of the country of Ukraine. And I am convinced that the independence of Ukraine is immutable and assured for many years to come. Since the outbreak of the conflict, February last year, over 1,000 hospitals and healthcare facilities have been attacked in the country of Ukraine. An example of supporting global health is medical bridges. In the upper left-hand corner, you see the delivery of a Texas Aggie medical clinic. That's a 40-foot maritime container that's been built out as a very good clinic or doctor's office and fully equipped by medical supplies and equipment from Medical Bridges, a 501c3. In the case in South Sudan, where earlier this year, 2 of those clinics were delivered, infant mortality isn't measured out of 100,000 live births, but out of 100. Out of every 100 live births in South Sudan, 6 babies and 1 or 2 mommies are going to die. Now in South Sudan, if we only sent 1 clinic, it would go to the men, and because of their faith, men and women couldn't share the same physicians, the same clinic. So we did send 2, this one for the men, the second one for the women. In the upper middle picture, you see deliveries that were made to Lahore, Pakistan, to a teaching hospital there. Those of you that have followed global news saw that not that long ago, a typhoon and flood attacked Pakistan and inundated 1/3 of the landmass of Pakistan, creating terrible immediate problems for relief and lingering problems that are still creating deaths today. Other photos in here include Ghana and Africa, and in the lower right, Ecuador. Now, there's lots of poverty in Ecuador, but not nearly as serious as some of the other countries in these pictures. And yet, in that case, there is a picture of a 40-foot maritime shipping container filled with medical supplies and equipment from Medical Bridges. And the woman in the yellow dress is the mayor of the city to which that's been delivered. She and the dignitaries are there facing a street filled with people in chairs celebrating the delivery of Medical Bridges surplus. This is quality material that could be used in the United States, but it's not the latest technology. And so it would often end up in landfills. And when she got done with her remarks, 5 women in native Ecuadorian dress were dancing. Now think of that. Ecuador, not the poorest country by any means in the Americas. Our surplus has people dancing in the streets. That's the impact that someone involved with global health can have in countries around the world. I mentioned the Texas Aggie Medical Clinics. The 3 pictures on the left-hand side show the Texas Aggie Medical Clinic being loaded, the interior of one of them prior to the provision of the medical supplies and equipment, and just a small portion of the Texas A&M students that have been involved in that. You know, in Houston, in fact, in Texas, we make fun of Aggies, but this is an incredible, inspirational and inspiring effort they do. Medical Bridges never thought we'd be in the country of the Bahamas, but after Hurricane Dorian swept through and in parts of the Bahamas actually leveled it, we sent 2 containers filled with medical equipment and supplies and 2 fully equipped Texas Aggie Medical Clinics. And Medical Bridges has been serving the people of Ukraine. So if you are serving global health, there are certain things you need to have. You probably need volunteers, and an organization like Medical Bridges needs lots of volunteers. You heard Sean Pearson talking about it. You need money, you need funding. And for many nonprofits, whether it's medical supplies or whether it's pharmaceuticals, whether it's clothing, whether it's books for education, whether it's facilities for housing, you need in-kind donations. For Medical Bridges, that's mostly medical supplies and equipment. We are in the city with the largest medical center in the world, constant innovation, so we're fortunate to get lots of very meaningful and useful supplies. Are you the right person to start a nonprofit? Ask yourself, what is the mission? Not a generality. What is the specific mission? What is the specific global need that you intend to help alleviate? And why do you care? What is it in your heart that drives you to want to do that? You know, you'll see people who support, for example, cancer nonprofits that are doing work in the cancer space. These are amazing, wonderful nonprofits. Often the people who support them are people who have had relatives that have had cancer or perhaps have been cancer survivors themselves. In Houston alone, there are 20,000 nonprofits, half of which are still active, right? So why do others care about what you care about? Why do they care about that when they have, in Houston alone, 10,000 other nonprofits to choose from? Are there other alternatives? You know, you may, and you have a heart that you want to do something, and I'll use the cancer care example about cancer care. Why would you start a nonprofit addressing some element of cancer care if other people are already doing it? Why would you compete and create an infrastructure, perhaps dilute their work? You're actually undermining the mission that your heart cares about. Find a way to support or be part of that other organization. That's especially true in global health. Global health is complicated, and creating a nonprofit for global health, which I'll talk more about, has lots of complications and issues. I think Sean in the previous session talked about, can you run a business? And all the elements of running the business, communicating, putting together the balance sheet and the operations. Are you a skilled administrator? Can you recruit people? Getting money for a nonprofit is hard. Are you willing to ask for money? When I joined the first nonprofit I did, the one before Medical Bridges, they had done so well raising money, I just assumed those checks were going to keep coming in. But they don't. When you're in most nonprofits, and especially small new nonprofits, you have to retain your funding base every year And if you're going to grow, you have to not only retain, but grow it, which means you need to continue to talk with all of your donors, let them know how well you're doing, encourage their support, and show gratefulness for it. So it's not just telling the story, it's actually closing the sale. It's actually asking them specifically to write a check. A lot of people are really uncomfortable about that. If you're one of those people, a nonprofit is probably not for you. So you might remember the Mumford and Sons song where there's a line in it that goes, I will use my head alongside my heart. Well, if you run a nonprofit, you got to have the heart, the mission. You got to care, but you also need to apply your head. So what are some of the complexities? Well, one is delivering the primary humanitarian service. In some cases, like medical bridges, it's loading containers and getting them into the country with getting through customs, with worrying about corruption, making sure the stuff isn't stolen or misused in one way or another. And it's stuff that when it's delivered, the people in the developing country are able to have the expertise to put it to use. In other nonprofits, you actually have to send people overseas. That is expensive, it's complex, and it's dangerous. I was in Pakistan 2 years ago and ended up being the first car in front of a political demonstration where people were burning tires, right? And Pakistan is a relatively safe country for American visitors. You probably read in Haiti that a nurse was recently kidnapped. Thankfully, she's been released. But there are real dangers in the world. I sure wouldn't go to Haiti today. Foreign governments can be complicated to work with. Customs regulations are amazing. I mentioned Afghanistan earlier. Medical bridges this week sent 2 shipping containers filled with medical supplies and equipment for a women's and children's hospital in Kabul, Afghanistan. And yet, the government bureaucracy in Mexico is so complicated that we cannot get substantive amount of materials into the country of Mexico, which is our neighbor right across the border. The Foreign Corrupt Practices Act is a meaningful, powerful act and can create frustrations when you're trying to serve people in need because you cannot pay facilitation payments or bribes of any kind, or you can go to jail and at least lose your nonprofit status for years. The tax return for a nonprofit is a 990. It can be complicated and difficult. And many states also have rules and regulations. I already mentioned that donors have to be, and they deserve to be recognized and thanked and brought up to date, often on the bigger donors on a one-on-one basis. But volunteers are also very interesting to manage. They all come with a big heart. But a volunteer that may not have anything to offer still needs to be treated with respect, because otherwise you can have people in the community that have negative things about your nonprofit. A person who runs a nonprofit isn't the final decision maker on a couple of key issues. That's the board of directors, and the board of directors needs to be managed. I make a point of talking to every board member at least 4 times a year, and we do have 4 board meetings a year for which we prepare very carefully. Superb financial management is essential. Many nonprofits failed during COVID for lack of financial management. The heart was there, the mission was there. And IT, for any kind of growing nonprofit, if you don't have IT, you cannot possibly keep up with all the requirements of managing the organization. As I said before, you need a head alongside your heart. By the way, when it comes to the financial management, we're coming up to a political season. Very often when there's a national election underway, a lot of the larger donors will make significant political donations. And so you need to be prepared to have reduced funding in a year of presidential politics like the one that's upcoming. So to kind of sum up, starting a nonprofit is hard. Raising money is hard. Social media is essential to telling the story. Can you do it without diluting the mission of somebody else? Is a new nonprofit the best way for you to contribute? And there are little details like who's going to write the bylaws and who's going to file the IRS paperwork. It can take many weeks and sometimes many months to get the IRS 501c3 or 501c designation you need so that your donors can deduct it from their tax return or do it from their IRS. And finally, starting any business is hard. Running a nonprofit often means you'll be less compensated than you were in the for-profit world. Will your family support you when you do that? Now, if you're ready, move ahead and get started. For example, since January of 2021, so that's now 2.5 years, Medical Bridges has distributed and recycled 500 tons of medical material to 104 countries. We've been the backstop during Harvey was here when Harvey hit Houston. During the peak of COVID, Medical Bridges shipped 131,000 high-quality medical masks to 86 charitable hospitals and rural clinics in 35 counties in Texas, so the rural clinics could stay open. We've learned a lot in 26 years, and we're still learning. Yesterday, we sent another shipment to Ukraine, totaling now $8 million since the beginning of the conflict of medical aid for Ukraine, including 4 of those Texas Aggie medical clinics. One of those clinics today is in front of a bombed hospital in Ukraine, treating the injured and the ill 30 miles from the Russian border. Without that clinic, that wouldn't be happening today. We've grown substantially. We'll do more in 2023, where we serve 33 countries than we did in 2022. If, after what you've heard Sean and the previous speakers say, and my commentary, you're still and you should be committed to global health, or at least to health, find a way to participate. One way is just volunteer. Another way is to get actively engaged with an existing nonprofit. And the third way is to start your own global health nonprofit. And you can be among the small number of organizations like Medical Bridges that are rebuilding countries in crisis so that together we can be serving the world. I'm Walter Ulrich. I'm very grateful to Glorium Technologies for putting this together. I learned a lot from the previous speakers. I look forward to learning more. It is a pleasure to be with you today. And if there's time for questions, I would be delighted to do that.
Well, Walter, thank you so much. Just really an informative talk that you and insights that you had there. Just, no coincidence why with you and Sean back to back here, just so much value shared. And, and such, really bringing everything to light, the importance of what is the purpose behind nonprofits. We're here to serve. And you really, really clearly demonstrated and illustrate that very, very well. A question came in that says, how can new nonprofits sustain their impact over time?
This is what Medical Bridges has learned to do over 26 years. And I don't think you can sustain a nonprofit by trying to stay flat. You can't stand a pencil on its edge. It either goes one way or the other. I think once a nonprofit has been started, if the mission is successful, the aspiration should be to grow that mission. And in growing the mission, you're attracting new participation. It's really important to continue to, friend raising is more important than fundraising, and fundraising comes first. Once you've done the fundraising, then the fundraising will follow if you're not embarrassed to close the sale and ask for the money. Christopher, does that help? Is that
Absolutely? And this is just my question. Because I agree when you made this point. Fundraising. This is one of the most very important part of the business side of running a nonprofit. Without, like you said, without raising funds, you can sustain and grow and move forward. What advice would you give to someone when it comes to fundraising? You know, asking people for money or organizations is not something always easy for people. But yeah,
I do it every day, and I don't enjoy it. I love talking to our sponsors, our donors, and our board. But when you ask the question for how much, can I count on you for your gift, or what size gift, or will you please support our gala, et cetera, et cetera. There's a little awkwardness there, but I do it every day. I think the key question is you have to realize you can't tell your story and ask for a check, right? You've got to tell the story. You've got to get their feedback about their level of interest and what they're interested in and work around that. So it is, as Caroline said in the note, it's hard work and a real commitment to do that. Also, I will share that if you're leading a nonprofit, you may love the mission, I don't care what it is, but you end up being the chief fundraiser, unless you're a huge nonprofit like a university. You're the chief fundraiser, you're the chief administrator. You're not spending much time actually doing the end product of the mission, the field work. You're actually running a business, and it's really important. I see Faisal says hi from Pakistan. I think he may know that a few years ago, we did more for the country of Pakistan than we did for any other country because the needs in Pakistan that year were so great. One other thing, and this is really important, and that has to do with it. The way we work, and I'm glad Faisal asked the question, because the way we work in Pakistan is we find an NGO in Pakistan that is in the country, that has people on the ground in the country. That could be Helping Hand for Relief and Development, could be Islamic Relief, it could be somebody else, right? But we don't fly into Pakistan and visit a hospital with a clipboard, check off some things that they might need, fly back to Houston, pack a container of Houston, send it to them and wish them good luck. That is the old-fashioned 1950s arrogant American way of doing things. We know better. A global nonprofit can't have that viewpoint. They have to find partners who are resident in the country and who you can trust and work side by side with, and let them tell you, we consider that when we're serving Pakistan or Haiti or Afghanistan or Ukraine, that we are the guest and the people in those countries are the host, and we owe them the respect that a host deserves, and we are grateful for the opportunity they've invited them into their community.
Wow, great. Great, Sherry. You make it so realistic too, and because it is a reality, and not always the most pleasant part when you talk about fundraising. But it's the lifeblood to keep things going, to keep giving without expectation, yet receiving without resistance. I always say that motto I live by no matter what. So I think wanted to put it out there for the nonprofit world as well. We have a couple minutes until the next speaker. Walter, anything else that you would like to leave everybody here, like any final comment or suggestion to what you shared today?
I have seen over and over and over again really good nonprofit missions fail because of the lack of attention to financial management. And it's not only financial management, but it's also legal management. If you're going to run a nonprofit, be sure for your directors, you have directors and officers insurance, because there's all kinds of frivolous lawsuits that can happen at a nonprofit. And you don't want that to come out of your pocket or the pocket of your directors. So you gotta run it like a business, driven by the context of your passion and your heart. To all of you out there, make a difference in the world. Thank you for being part of this summit today. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you so much for your valuable insight and wisdom. We thank you so much for being here. Okay, everybody, any comments that anybody has for Walter, feel free to put that in the comments section. Any suggestions, please reach out to us. Let us know. We'd be happy to read off anything that comes in. But we're going to get ready for our next speaker. And that's going to kind of round things off here before our panel. So we're going to look at creating holistic solutions in Western medicine, solving the problem of addiction. And in this particular segment, we're going to be learning choosing how to choose a specific problem to overcome addiction, how holistic complements modern medicine approaches to addiction, getting the right people on the bus, the board members, accounting staff, how to get grants, and how donors and selling the business create a platform, and then finally, how to generate revenue from the inside out. We're going to be listening and hearing about all of this insight from Tara Moreno Wallen. She's the founding director of Serenity House Communities and owner at Green Tara Holistics LLC. She 8 years as founder and executive director of Serenity House Communities, a grassroots organization with $300,000 in annual budget. She's the founder and CEO of Green Tara Holistics as well, and the developer of Recovery Reiki, a program and author of the Recovery Reiki Manual, Self-Healing and Emotional Mastery and Workbook. And without further ado, we are going to welcome Tara to the summit.
Thank you,
Hi, Tara.
Hi, thank you so much for hosting this event, and Glorium Technologies, thank you so much for the platform. Walter, very well done presentation. I can identify with a lot of the things that you've said. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share my screen and we'll get started. Yes.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. Please update system permissions to allow screen sharing. Oh no, let's see. Okay, it looks like I'm having some technical difficulties on my behalf.
Yeah, what it might be is on your computer, you have to have your system to allow, I believe, every system, are you on a Mac or PC?
A Mac.
Yeah, with the Mac, I think you got to go into, the settings, or maybe somebody can put it in the private chat that you just got to give it permission to allow that, I believe, to upload that.
Okay, so I'm actually not going to share my screen. I'm just going to talk because I know this work inside and out, and I've been living it and breathing it for a very long time.
As a professional speaker, I love it that way.
Okay, great. So Serenity House Communities, I founded the organization in 2015. I saw a need in my community for more of a holistic approach to healing. I was seeing people in my community going to treatment anywhere from 12, 13, 14 times and up to 20. I am a woman in long-term recovery. I've been working on myself for about 15 years. And that was really how this nonprofit was born. I saw a problem. I saw the solution emerge from my own recovery journey, and I had to get it out to the world, to let people know that, this healing path it's very complex. It's very difficult. However, there are approaches that have been suppressed and we've been too heavy-ended on the Western medicine model. And looking at this problem through a whole approach by using not only Western medicine, but Eastern medicine as well. So Serenity House, like I said, was founded in 2015. Our mission is to advocate for people in recovery. And we provide holistic options for people recovering from substance use disorder, addiction, codependency, and trauma. So we are a recovery community organization, which is a relatively newer type of organization that exists outside of the treatment and detox model. So we are a peer-led organization, meaning that my staff is all in recovery from addiction, and they've overcome those obstacles to be able to share their experience, strength, and hope with the next person. The organization, everyone is trained. They're called peer recovery coaches. They go through certifying organizations through rigorous training. We also help people with their own recovery by meeting people where they are at, meaning that we use a harm reduction approach to healing. We understand that not everyone is ready to quit using harmful substances. We are realistic in that if we can have them stop using heroin, that is great. It's a great step, but they're using alcohol or they're using marijuana. So we're looking for a harm reduction approach for healing. So with an addiction in and of itself, so as we look at substance use disorder, there's a lot of misconceptions around what it is and how it impacts the human being. So it's been called a brain disorder. It essentially is where the person loses their ability to choose, and they are drawn to this substance or this thing or this person even, and they cannot stop the negative cycle that this has in their life. What I found through my work, through my own recovery journey, my own healing path, and working with others, is that addiction is a layered issue. So addiction is, it's the symptom. What we're finding is that if we go deeper into this, that codependency and trauma are really at the root of the malady of addiction. So having unfulfilling relationships, right? Not being able to connect with others. We go for that substance. We go for, the macro addictions, heroin, alcohol, marijuana, all of those, to the micro addictions. And those are things like sugar and our cell phones and anything that doesn't cause massive harm. So what we're looking at right now with the problem of addiction is, and most of us have heard about the opioid crisis, and we are losing about 106,000 people to drug overdoses, and this was reported in 2021. And we saw a significant increase during COVID. So this problem we're seeing, and we're seeing the problem of addiction move. So we have opioids, and now it's moving to methamphetamines with an increase in meth. And then we have this new drug out there called xylazine, which is a tranquilizer, and it's being put in opioids. So these are the problems that we're seeing with addiction, right? Is these drugs will just move for use. So how do we get into the solution of getting to the root cause of this malady? So with holistic recovery, what does it mean? So it's really encompassing the individual as a whole person. It includes mind, body, and spirit, right? Looking at the 8 dimensions of wellness defined by SAMHSA in terms of these domains. And if one domain is out of balance, it's going to impact the others because it's all interconnected. With holistic recovery, it's a highly individualized, non-medical approach that focuses on bringing the body back into alignment. It's about that really good feeling that we have when we just feel really good. That's alignment. And we want to focus on the disease, not the person. That's really, really important in empowering somebody to make the change for their recovery. So what are some of the holistic options for recovery that I work within? And there is a plethora of them. There are so many. At Serenity House, what we provide is auricular acupuncture, which is a 5-point protocol for the ear. And these points, which correlate to a meridian system, which is an Eastern medicine theory, that when you insert these tiny hair-like needles into these points, what happens is the body begins to self-correct or find homeostasis. And what we're finding at Serenity House through data collection through 2022, we saw about a 50% reduction in stress, anxiety, pain, craving levels, and anger levels. And that's huge, right? So the other pieces that we incorporate, and I know Christopher, through my introduction, is recovery Reiki, and that is a light touch therapy, and it's actually incorporating the thought processes of Eckhart Tolle and the New Earth, and how we have these pain bodies. These pain bodies are really what is responsible for us having these harmful cyclical patterns that keep us stuck in the chaos of addiction. So with the piece of running an organization like this, I realized that core values were something that many nonprofits that I came across maybe had like a poster on the wall, but their business practices or the way they were serving clients or participants did not follow the core values that they had set in place. And as I did this work on my own recovery, I started to evaluate my own core values and what I stood for. What I found is that these core values are the guiding lights for the organization, for myself, as I make decisions in my life, as I have these business partnerships, that I hire these staff, these new staff members. I really go back to the core values. And when I am mentoring anyone within the organization and they have a problem or a decision they have to make, I immediately go back to our core values. And our core values are reflective of those that we serve and the industry that we're in. And, our number one core value is courage. Because as we move through addiction recovery, it takes a very courageous act to be able to ask for help, to be able to get into a place where you're ready to cease these harmful patterns in your life. The other piece that we follow is perseverance. And we understand that relapse is a thing, is that it's very, very difficult to create a new way of being and to create new neural pathways for a new way of being. So perseverance is also one of our core values. Additionally, authenticity, accountability is huge, making sure that we own our mistakes, because lots of mistakes happen in recovery in the nonprofit realm. The other thing is acceptance, accepting the moments as they come, and to be able to keep a calm mind as things happen, as they do, as life happens. And then finally, community. We are showing up for ourselves and each other. With a nonprofit organization, one of the most important pieces that I've learned is getting the right people on the bus. And I've had harsh lessons in this one. And it's all been perfect because I've been able to identify what is not healthy for the organization and what is healthy for the organization. Know that mistakes are just lessons, and they can feel very intensely, and know that that is where looking to your own inner path and your own healing path, if you have one, and knowing that your reactions are going to make or break how you operate within the nonprofit. So with getting the right people on the bus, in the beginning, so I am the founder, and I would have had a better, and I would have waited a little bit longer to get the right board members on the bus, meaning to make sure that the composition of the board was in place and that I wasn't heavy-ended on just having people in the healthcare industry. Having that attorney on the board, having that marketing specialist on the board, so that I could utilize these people and their talent. So the other thing with getting the right people on the bus is you want to get a good accountant. somebody that you trust, that knows what they're doing, and that knows nonprofit accounting. For-profit accounting and nonprofit accounting are different. That accounting piece is something I went through probably about 3 accountants before I finally found the one that we needed to grow our revenue at the organization. And you really want an accountant. And I will also say accountants tend to be the ones I've dealt with, frazzled people. They are dealing with lots of numbers. They're very logic brained. And you really want to find somebody who really likes their job, who likes accounting, who likes numbers, who can sit there and tell you and say, and not, if whatever questions you have, they answer those questions and they don't seem overwhelmed when you're asking these questions. It makes all the difference. The other thing too is policies and procedures. And this was a huge one as I started. And I was like, how do I even find out the policies and procedures that we need? You know, starting out with the basic policies and procedures, conflict of interest statements, grievance policy and procedure. So having these basic ones in place. But what I will say with policies and procedures is that they will come up, a problem will come up, and that's when you'll find out what policy and procedure you're going to have in place. You know, if somebody, for example, like a service animal policy, and we just had a staff member come and say they wanted to bring a service animal. So those types of things, that's how your policy and procedure manual is formed. The other thing too is making sure that you have proper human resources in place and having at least a person that understands it, somebody you can call when there's a staffing issue, somebody that knows onboarding, that knows offboarding, that knows how to help you navigate, because people are people and people show up with their stuff. The other thing too is to have a successful nonprofit, we want to make sure that we're measuring our performance and goals. We're very, very, very much invested in our data collection pieces. We have 2 data collection platforms that we use. One is called the Recovery Capital Index, and the other one is called the Recovery Data Platform, where we store all of our demographics, all recovery plans, and all the impact that we're making. Because we're doing holistic medicine, we want to make sure that we capture the data that we need so that people know that what we do works. Our funders know that what we're doing is working. And to make sure those reports that we submit on a monthly basis are superb. And then finally, with nonprofit, the one thing I learned early was diversifying funding. And I had heard a few of the others echo the same thing. And one of the biggest misconceptions with starting a nonprofit is I'm just going to get a grant. And that was also my mindset. I didn't get my first grant, and it was a small community foundation grant of $25,000 until after being the founder of Serenity House, which meant that I was out there hustling, and I was hustling hard. I was hustling to get sponsorships, private donations, Facebook, MailChimp, using everything that I had learned through a pathway that I didn't even take, which was telecommunications is what my degree is in through Michigan State University. And I was able to create a foundation where when these grants end, we can continue on. It's sustainable. I know that fundraising is at the heart of a sustainable nonprofit. Fundraising through those platforms I just talked about, getting a annual sponsorship package in place, talking to people, getting people fired up, making sure that you know your mission statement inside and out, talking about the stories, talking about your story, getting people really, really excited about what you're doing. And then a couple other things that we've done. We have a donor database. We use Little Green Light to keep track of all of our donors. We make sure that we thank our donors and our we have a special thank you system because gratitude is super huge in terms of recovery and, our organization. And another thing I would recommend too is they're very expensive, but working with a knowledgeable grant writer, somebody who can tell your story, work these sometimes archaic systems that grant writer or grant funders are still using, and to help you navigate the stress, because grant writing is incredibly stressful. And then once you get the grant, and then it's grant management, and then it's the ending of the grant. So nonprofit work is very, very challenging, but if you can stay the course, it is so beautiful to watch it unfold. It is such an incredible, incredible journey that I've been on, and that, if you decide that you want to continue and embark on something through, any nonprofit, specifically addiction recovery, I would just say that perseverance and looking at those core values are so, so, so important. And Christopher, how much time do I have?
You got to bring me. You got here. You still got time. We still have about, I'd say about 7 minutes if you like, but that includes questions and answers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'll say too, in terms of like the holistic path and, marrying the Eastern with the Western, Eastern medicine, it works. I was a news reporter for a period of time. I needed those facts and figures. I needed to know that something worked. I needed to have like this tangible evidence. I will say that when I started the pathway down with holistic recovery, this was what took my life off, and what I've created within my being is peace that I had never experienced before in my life. And such a deep peace amongst all the storms, especially now with so many different things happening in the world, knowing and trusting that I have the power within me to maintain a level of balance and calmness. And that's really what we're entering into as a society. So all this doom and gloom and all of these things that are happening, they're actually a healing crisis, if you will. So they are showing us where we've been out of alignment as a society. And I will say, as I move through my life and my journey, is that we have the capability to create something new, a new way of being, a new way of thinking, a new way of healing. And, I believe this and I see it every day. The people that come through my organization, I see it in my own personal life, in my own healing journey, and my husband's healing journey. And I know that there's a lot of pressure, but just know that pressure creates diamonds. And that concludes my presentation, Christopher, and I can take any questions from anyone who may have questions.
Thank you so much, Tara. I really appreciate it, and I really respect and honor your transparency. I'm recovering addict it's been over 25 years, and so I can relate on so many different levels. And thank you for sharing. Any questions that we may have? Let's just take a look and see if we have any questions that have come in. And let's just say, for instance, let's see here. Here we go. Got some questions that just came in, Tara. Share an example of an internal revenue aiding addiction services, if there's an example you can share.
So an internal revenue. So in terms of, So elaborate, internal revenue aiding.
Well, I guess it's an example of an internal revenue aiding addiction services. So somebody, I guess, if there was anything from the outside that you worked with that helped aiding these addiction services that were maybe obviously tracked by the IRS, or maybe for profit in this case, maybe it's a for profit organization or that type of thing.
So I can just tell you about kind of who, so we have private donors who are actually in recovery, who give personal donations because they have their own stories. One of our donors, we call it an angel donor. He's given us about $20,000 in a matter of a couple of months. So with other revenue streams that are coming through in terms of addiction services. So remember that addiction services are separated right now. So we have treatment, we have detox, we have prevention, and now we have recovery support services. And what Serenity House does is a recovery support services. It's a relatively new way of looking at addiction, and it's starting to get funded more and more. So we actually have a state grant that we received through the state of Michigan, and it is specifically for recovery community organizations.
Got it.
And tips for integrating holistic approaches in traditional addiction treatment. I will say what I've learned is that you have to have perseverance, and the person that's doing the modalities have to know that they work, and they have to really barrel through a lot of the structures that have put in place that are actually perpetuating the cycle of addiction. So remember I said that people are going to treatment, right? We had one woman 20 times in treatment, right? So what is that saying about our current treatment systems and what we have in place? People will go to treatment, they'll get like maybe 2 weeks. And to be able to change patterns, it takes
a long time. I know that as a coach.
A long time. So really, these recovery support services are the solution, because people get out of treatment or they get out of detox and they go home, and then they're right back in their codependent home family, right? Where their parents are enabling, and then their parents are using, or brothers using, or whatever. So really, it's about having that system in place that's outside of treatment, that's in the community. We're having sober social events. We're having groups that you can attend any night of the week, based around, living with trauma, multiple pathways for recovery, the AccuDetox group that we have, coming to get some Reiki from a coach, right? Developing a recovery plan. So I hope that made that more clear about.
No, absolutely did. And maybe one more question, if you can share any tips for integrating holistic approaches into traditional addiction treatment.
Yeah, so you really have to have the people that are making the decisions on board. So that requires education. So you need to get your stuff together, know what you're talking about, and go and present, and have the people in charge experience the modalities. That's how I've been able to do it. Because at first I was just trying to impact the people, the participants that needed it. But I needed the people who are making the decisions get on board and know that what I was doing was working.
Wow. Well, thank you for sharing that. We still have about a minute, just less than a minute. If there's any final word or just something, a high impact statement you'd like to leave what you shared here today with everyone listening.
Yeah, absolutely. So remember that, with the addiction piece, it's everywhere. It's so covert, and it really puts people in a place where a blind spot, they cannot see. To overcome the denial, to overcome these things, it really takes a walk towards the inner world. and to be able to sit with yourself and to be able to start to peel back the layers of the things that have happened to you that are causing you to make the decisions that you're making in your life that are keeping you stuck in patterns you don't want. It's an inner journey, and that inner matches the outer. And it's quantum physics, it's string theory, right? It's the person. When the person focuses on something externally, it actually changes that external reality. I mean, this is an incredible time where science is becoming married with spirituality.
Well, Tara, thank you so much for being here and sharing such valuable insight. And again, thank you for being transparent. I always honor that. It's one of my core values. And I love what you talked about values because it's so important in everything that we do in terms of how we connect and relate and understand others, and especially with communication.
Yes, thank you so much, Christopher. And thank you so much, Glorium Technologies.
All right. Well, great. Well, thank you so much. We're going to just take a 5-minute break. Again, we want to make sure if anybody has any feedback for Tara, please put that in the comments. Any feedback and any suggestions overall with today's summit, please put that in the comments section. Again, we want to encourage everyone to put the next summit on your calendar for November 15th. And we will make sure that that goes out, and so that way you'll have access to that. And we're going to be moving on to our panel, which is going to start here in about 4 minutes or so. And then we're going to bring some of the people you've already heard from to now share their insights collectively together. So this ought to be really good in terms of getting some more quality information and things that could address where you are in the nonprofit space, nonprofit healthcare, more or less here in terms of where you are as a startup. Again, you can listen to this recording again on YouTube at Glorium Technologies. That's Glorium Technologies, one word. All right, let's see if we got any feedback here. We just got a lot of greetings from different parts of the world here, which is great. You have people from Ghana, we have people from South Africa, just looking here at Pakistan. So a lot of great stuff and a lot of nice comments for each of the individual speakers. That's wonderful. This is great. All right. Any questions anybody has? Anybody would like to send a question in? Let's see here. Oh, we had a question here, and I don't know if, we can't bring back Tara, maybe on the panel here. It says, how does the healing process with SUD differ from trauma-induced injury? That's a good question. That's a good question. That's something that probably beyond my area of expertise to answer, but nonetheless, we'll see if we can get that answered during the panel. Let's see. We got people from Portugal, and let's see what else is coming in. Portugal. Yeah, we got Portugal there. And we're going to put up the banner again for the healthcare summit coming up here November 15th. Again, we're going to put this up for everybody. Make sure that you take the QR code once it gets loaded here and put this on your calendar. Again, we are committed every year we put on these summits, and just a wealth of information. You can see the QR codes there that are on the right. Just capture those, look at that, look it over, see how it aligns with your schedule. This will be pretty much all day if you are here on the East Coast, or pretty much most of the US, North America, from 9 to 4 p.m. East Coast time. Then again, if you are overseas, that will be much later, but nonetheless shouldn't interfere with your day-to-day. So make sure to get that on your calendar. Okay. So we're going to do a quick break, and we're going to come back for the panel. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to get ready for our panel discussion here. And in this panel, we're going to be talking about building a nonprofit healthcare startup, key challenges and strategies. You're going to see some of the people that we already talked to. That is going to be Walter and AJ and Tara and Victor Mohan, Dr. Victor Mohan. So we're going to be bringing them on. And we're going to be going through this particular area. So this will be a great time with any questions that you have, either individually for the speakers that you heard from or together as a panel. All right. Well, welcome, everybody. We're just waiting let's see if Dr. Mohan's coming on camera. Just wait here. Okay. He's just having some issues connecting to his camera. Okay. Nonetheless, can you hear us, Dr. Mohan?
I can.
Okay, great. So he can hear us, so we can start here today. So let's just talk a little bit about this particular topic. And when we look at building a nonprofit healthcare startup, all of you have shared such really valuable insights from different perspectives. And there are going to be challenges, and challenges can be a good thing because we learn and grow from challenges. Without them, we can't grow and expand. Who would like to start off and share a little bit about what it takes to build the foundation or the key strategies to get that nonprofit healthcare off the ground? Anybody like to start off? How about we start with Walter? Walter, would it be okay to start with you?
Certainly, Christopher. Be glad to contribute.
Okay.
You're on mute. I think the issue, Christopher, to start a nonprofit is to combine mission, head, and heart and make it happen. I noticed Susanna asked a question about it's difficult to implement startups in areas of aging. I think really gets to the heart of the question that you've just asked. The answer is, when you're talking to somebody, find somebody whose heart is in the same place. You're going to find people. I mean, Tara did a great job talking about what her nonprofit did. There are people who are going to want to do that and support that. And there are other people that are going to want to support their local symphony. And other people are going to want to support global support for people in perhaps their family comes from Ghana, which you mentioned earlier, and which Medical Bridges served. They want to support clinics in the country of Ghana. So a key issue is everyone you talk to, find out where their heart is. And if their heart is in the area where you're going to start your nonprofit, then you engage them. If their heart is somewhere else, move on to the next person. Does that help, Christopher?
It definitely does, because like you said, it's so hard in itself just to, get fundraising, but to try to persuade and convince people to do something and it's not a priority. That like you said, if you can align with the people with similar values, similar interests, and this is an area that is a priority, it's probably going to be a better use of your time, no doubt about it.
I take that even one step further. I'd ask everybody who's listening to think about who they now provide gifts to. Who are the nonprofits and the charities that they support? And how many times do they get a call from a really good, meaningful charity, or a friend mentions a charity? And how often do they say, oh, that's a great idea, I really care for that, and I'm actually going to write a check?
Yeah.
Right? So you have to realize with fundraising is you have to develop the relationship, find the person with the interest, and cultivate that interest. Because if they're going to give something to a new nonprofit, that means they're probably not going to give as much money to one of their existing nonprofits. And how many of you that are in this audience would be willing to do that? And what's your resistance when someone talks about it? Even if you greatly admire the product, that service that they're providing to humanity, and you're close personal friends with the person asking. So fundraising is hard, have to be thoughtful.
Yeah. Before I move on to the next question, anybody would like to elaborate on what Walter just shared? Ray, I don't know if Dr. Mohan had some technical. If not, I can go to the next question if it's up to you.
Christopher, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. If you can hear me, just elaborate, like some of the strategies that, if you want to elaborate on any of the strategies or any insights to successfully get that nonprofit off the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I know that perseverance and, like we've all said, it's difficult work. It really, really is difficult work. And just, holding the faith, and something that we have in recovery is don't give up 5 minutes before the miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Right. I take a slightly different approach to that. I think it was Sean who said something about grants are feed and a seed and not feed. I sort of agree with that, right? And definitely recognize the challenge in using grants and philanthropic gifts to grow a nonprofit, which is probably not likely for something like ours, which aims to be a technological solution on a global scale. We're not going to raise enough philanthropic gifts to accomplish that, right? We have to find and we have to work with the market to incentivize an economic angle that wants to have such a solution funded, right? And we see in other industries, commercial for-profit industries, where such solutions happen, right? The world does have one single solution to maintain all of the airplanes in the air and allow us to travel, right? If you buy a ticket on any airline from point A to B, everybody in the air industry understands what that means. So that if you have to shift, you have to transfer baggage, it happens. That does happen. We need a system like that can track the spread of disease. It's going to have an economic model that supports it. So even though we are a nonprofit and aren't necessarily here to become rich, we have to support an economic model where others are engaged and are funding our efforts with the hopes that they maybe become rich. Not easy, but I do think in the long run, it's actually easier than living and struggling to live grant to grant, donor to donor, if we can create an economic model.
Well, thank you for sharing, everybody sharing for that question. I think Dr. Mohan is having some problems, but hopefully he'll be able to get back on. I'm going to go to the next question just to keep things moving along. Let's just ask from each of you, and we'll go in the order that we started the last question with Walter. What motivated you to embark on the journey of starting a nonprofit healthcare startup?
Well, in my case, Dr. Patty Brock, Dr. Peggy Goetz, and engineer Hayne Blakely are the ones who started it. And Dr. Brock, 26 years ago, went to El Salvador on a medical mission trip. And when she arrived to do surgery, they didn't even have gloves for her. So they had to take the packaging for the bread they bought to eat and use that as gloves for the surgery. And she returned to the hospital she worked, and she saw that when they put things out for operations, they'd use a third of it. And if it was routine, the other 2/3 not used would be thrown away because they can't be restored. And so she got the idea that maybe they ought to package up a box of that stuff and send that to the people, to that clinic in El Salvador. And over 26 years, her vision has grown into, as I said in my remarks, we've done 500 tons. That's 1 million pounds of medical supplies in the last 2.5 years. So that's what motivated her. The reason I failed retirement and came back and joined Medical Bridges was because I've had an incredibly successful business career, did another nonprofit, was ready to retire, and got the call about this place. And my financial expertise would be very helpful when I was called 5 years ago. And my wife is a nurse, and my mom was a nurse in combat in World War II. And for me to have a chance to do something that directly saves lives among the most impoverished in the world was an opportunity I couldn't turn down, and it inspires and energizes me every day.
Wow. Well, Walter, that is so inspirational. And hopefully, again, I know that's going to inspire a lot of people here that no matter where they are in their stage with their startup in this space. Thank you for sharing. Tara, would you like to share anything about what motivated you? And then AJ follow.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned in my presentation, that it was my own recovery journey, and it was seeing so many community members, family members who are dying from overdoses or the negative impact from addiction. And it is, it's very prevalent among the BIPOC community, which I'm half Mexican American, and that particularly that side of my family was riddled with addiction issues and trauma issues. And as I saw these unfold in my life and how they impacted me and how I had a growing issue because of the intergenerational trauma that I had experienced, I had this passion and this, right, and us being here with nonprofit, I mean, that's how it starts, is that your heart just gets ignited with this mission and this purpose, this intense purpose to be able to help people. And really, I just want to help people feel better so that they don't have to use, so they don't have to get into these relationships that are toxic, so they don't have to continuously be in the throes of suffering. And that was my driving force. And to this day, even to this day, I still have these burnout times where I'm like, I'm just gonna sell everything and move to Costa Rica, right? I'm done. And I go back to why I started this in the first place, and to see it all the way through, and it's growing, and we're going through growing pains, and that's just part of the process.
Well, you just illustrated that challenges, while sometimes they're uncomfortable and sometimes you want to just throw in the towel and go to Costa Rica, that we learn and grow from them, because always something good comes from those challenges. I can even say that good things came from the time I went through my own personal addiction. I wouldn't be where I'm at today, being the example and being a resource through that example. So true. AJ, how about yourself? What motivated you on this journey in this space?
I think all of us are motivated a little bit by a personal experience where we can see that we took some action that had an outsized effect on somebody else's life, right? In our case, it was, as I mentioned, that myself, my now business partner, then friend, were able to identify the cause of a problem that had impacted lots and lots of patients. They were unsuccessful, in this case, in a medically monitored weight loss plan. And we were able to identify the cause so that the physician, my wife, and those patients could adjust to it, and many, many more people could achieve better health. And then just the thought of that, we did something kind of because it was fun for us, right? It was interesting, yet somebody else's life changed. The opportunity and the ability to do that, it is enticing, it is addicting and intoxicating, and all of those sort of positive, negative words, right? But it does keep us going. It does keep us here versus on those beautiful beaches in Costa Rica.
Well, thank you for all three of you for sharing for that answer, just to show the passion that is real, it's authentic, it's genuine. I'm going to move on to the next question for all three of you, and we'll go in the same order. Nonprofit startups often face resource constraints. How do you balance the mission of providing quality healthcare with the financial challenges of running a sustainable nonprofit business?
Christopher, I think when you start a nonprofit, you have to understand what financial resources are readily available and scale to those resources. That's you have to use your head along with your heart. It's actually detrimental to your mission if you try to do more than your financial resources will allow. And then as you succeed and you're able to identify people who will share the concern that you have for your mission, and you increase your financial resources, you need to scale up. At Medical Bridges, we are scaling up. But my commitment to the scale up process, we're continuing to grow, as you saw in my brief presentation earlier, is that we will not do anything that will endanger the long-term health and viability of medical bridges. So scale really matters.
Great points, Walter. Tara, how about yourself? If that same question,
So,
like me to repeat it, let me know.
No, so Walter said it is head and heart. You have to have the head in alignment, the bridge. There has to be a bridge. When I started this out, I was all heart, and I had a lot of those mistakes that were made that I had to say, okay, so I'm gonna have to get training. I'm gonna have to sit down and get into the financials and not just kind of blindly trust people with my financials. I had to learn about profit and loss statements, about balance sheets, about how to do budgets and how to do all of those things well, and not just kind of, but well. And those are, like, I come from an artistic background, right? I'm educated, but I'm more of, that type of personality. So I had to really buckle down and learn those things, and then find people that I could trust without blindly trusting. So really balancing the being grounded, I guess I could say, is that being grounded and not like when we get into nonprofit, we want to like help all these people. It's like everyone, there's not this like, there's not this focus. We can lose focus on what we want to do because we're leading from the heart, right? And I believe that's why a lot of nonprofits fail, because I see so many people going in there with these intentions to help, but they don't have a business plan. They don't have a strategic plan, right? Like a 3 to 5 year strategic plan. So these are the things that I would say is that, get your head and your heart in alignment with each other.
So that harmony is so important. I like to call it harmony, not balance, because no such thing as perfect balance, but if we can find that harmony, what you shared there, Tara. Thank you. AJ, how about yourself?
Yeah, I think that what has been mentioned is so important. It bears repeating, because most people think that if you are a nonprofit, you are supposed to operate with your heart. You're supposed to just do as much. So, Walter's guidance that if you do more than you can actually support, you're harming your mission. That is not something I would imagine. If we poll 1,000 nonprofits, they would not know that. They would maybe not even agree with that. That really needs to be highlighted and emphasized. We can only help and do so much. Now we want to push that, and we want to, in our case, create a revenue-based market that allows us to have funding stream to serve the world. But until we do that, we have to stay within the bounds that reality will allow for us. I'm sure younger people coming out of college, the idealistic people, I think one of our speakers was really, really cool at that, right? And set up a global network just seemingly off the cuff. It is hard to maintain that kind of activity without long-term financial funding and security. And until we have that, we may have to pull back and not do everything we can think of doing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's got to be an alignment there. So true. I know we have a question in the comments, but before we address that person's question, there is one more question we'd like to ask everybody. And here, and so I'm just going to get to it here. So when you look at building partnerships and collaboration is crucial in healthcare, how do you approach forming alliances with other organizations, both within and outside the healthcare industry? Walter, like to start off?
Sure. I have the luxury, when I look at our mission, to feel joy when another organization accomplishes the same thing our organization does. I have a business to run and we want to be an integral part of what we do, but we have a sister company in Atlanta. We're not in any way legally tied to them. And I celebrate every time they deliver something to Burkina Faso, which we've also delivered in, or to Ukraine, where we've delivered. And so I'm constantly looking for partners. We don't do pharmaceuticals, so we find an organization that does pharmaceuticals, and when we know there's a need for that, we bring them involved. And in each country we operate, we find a partner in that country who truly partners with us. They know the language, they know the culture, they know that in one country you can't send gowns. How would we know that? We're in 104 countries. How would we know that? Because in that country they're trying to start a textile industry, and free gowns would actually undermine their ability to start the industry. So they know that. So we learn not to send medical gowns to that country because it'll get held up in customs. So collaboration and partnership is really at the top of our list of things we did. And I think was it Sean that made that point, or Tara, one of the two of them made that point. I couldn't agree more.
Thank you, Walter, for sharing. How about Tara? How about you, your perspective on this question?
So I am a firm believer in really asking people how I can help them in their organization, and looking for that alignment and looking for that potential to grow together and to collaborate on projects, on whatever the needs are of that organization. I know in the beginning it's something that I didn't do. It was all about me and what I needed, and I needed to get this nonprofit off the ground and all of these things. And it really is about just asking people, like, how can I help you? And then there's a collaboration there.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for sharing that. AJ, how about yourself?
There's going to be a lot of synergy in how we operate. We're trying to make a revenue model, and as I see a question on the chat related to that too. So it was while we are a nonprofit and while we don't make huge dollars, and like nonprofits, we put all of the profit back into the development of the technology, we are trying to find partners who do want to profit. So we do want to work with the financial services industry, hedge funds, for instance, that want to use health data from around the world in their investment decisions. And that's sort of what we can do. So our approach, my take on Tara's approach is how can the health insights that we produce around the world and down to a very granular level inform your business decisions, inform your operations, so that you can be a better company at doing what you do. And that's really how we make our relationships and collaborations. I will say, though, as a firm building tech, we do always look for companies that have better tech than ours, right? Better AI systems, better geospatial systems, better satellite analysis capabilities. And we're always looking to partner, and learn from them, and then share with them what we do with respect to health outcomes.
Well, thank you all for sharing your insights there. I have one more question we're going to ask, and then we're going to get to the question that's in the comments from one of the listeners. Actually, AJ kind of sort of addressed it already, but we're going to give Walter and Tara an opportunity to answer that. But before we get to that, what question we have is, obviously it came out in a lot of the discussions here. The challenge for nonprofits is raising funds effectively and consistently. Can you share from your perspective a successful fundraising strategy or strategies that have helped you sustain and grow your healthcare startup? Walter.
Yeah, this is one that I think would work for everybody. When I joined both of the nonprofits, the previous one and Medical Bridges, they both needed more funding. And so what I did is I created a Trailblazer program. And I told the people that I talked to, and in both cases, current donors, I said, if you increase your donation this year to help us get a big ramp up to get started as we uptick the organization, you will be a trailblazer, and we will have a sign in our lobby as long as the building is here that identifies you as a trailblazer. And I did the same thing with new donors, people I knew that I felt would support the mission, that I could friend raise with and fundraise with. And for a year, and if you walk into the lobby of this building, you'll see a beautiful backlit engraved sign that's the whole height of the wall, listing all the trailblazers who gave us money above their previous gift or new money above a certain minimum amount. And once they've done that and you respect them and demonstrate your appreciation and gratitude, they will be your friends for life. And so if you're a new nonprofit, find a word like trailblazer that is consistent with your mission and give people the opportunity to be eternally recognized with your gratefulness.
Great share. Tara, would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So fundraising plan and having a fundraising committee in place. So that's been instrumental in how we raise funds and to have multiple boots on the ground to be able to get those funding streams, those donors in place. The piece of our fundraising plan is fee for service. So we have a fee for service model that is inside of our organization. And so we actually have various contracts that we have throughout the year where we provide our healing services at conferences. And we have these spaces where we provide these services for those in the industry that are helping people, and they get to really just, feel better. And then that grows word of mouth, and then people come to our events outside of the conference. They buy little, we have little merchandise packets that we give out of little healing packets and things like that. So that's kind of how we got creative with fundraising.
Wow, that's great. Thank you for sharing, Tara. AJ, how about yourself?
Well, I'm very optimistic, Chris, that after today's talk, that speaking at Glorium Technologies nonprofit summit will be the best fundraising activity we've ever had in our history.
That's great.
But we've done a number of things. I found that events work, right? People like to come to an event, and I think since COVID, that's only increased since we had years of no events. We have run golf tournaments in the past. That was very successful. We've run, I mentioned our chief medical officer runs marathons. So we've actually sponsored the marathons in which he runs. And that has actually successfully raised a lot of financial support. People like to support marathons. They like to go to marathons. And these kinds of event-based mechanisms, we don't do the same event every year. We keep it fresh. We keep it rotating. That seems to be a successful approach.
Wow. Great. Thanks for all three of you for sharing. We got about just almost less than 5 minutes left in the panel, and I want to make sure that each of you can address. We had somebody, and I know AJ, you already alluded to this before. When there's a question here, if each of you could take a minute to share on this. Are the nonprofits being discussed actual nonprofits, or are they healthcare companies that are incorporated as nonprofits but are actually software development or consulting firms like Tidepool or Alterum, if I'm reading that correctly? So this is from somebody in the audience.
Medical Bridges is a 501c3. We raise our money primarily through philanthropy and partnerships, so it's not a fee-for-service kind of operation. 95% of what we get goes to the mission. Charity Navigator last year rated Medical Bridges number 6 out of 20,000 nonprofits. We are a charity.
Congratulations on that status. That is phenomenal. Tara, how about yourself? If I take it again, you're a 501c, but if you want to address that question.
Yeah, we are a 501c3 organization. So we are not a software development or consulting firm. We are definitely a charity. So, yeah.
Okay, great. And AJ, I know you had touched on it on the previous, with a question before the last question. Anything you would like to elaborate on there?
Yeah, as a 501c3, to that in particular questioner and to the rest of the audience, yes, all donations are tax deductible to the full extent of the law. So please feel free to reach out to us or any of the other panelists and get your checkbooks ready and make contributions. But all joking aside, yes, if you support our organizations, any of us, there's a very strong likelihood that you save somebody's life, right? The things that we do to predict risk, to provide supplies, to help in areas where there are limited healthcare access is probably saving lives. And so your $100,000 check or $10 check is going towards saving lives.
Well, I want to thank all of you for taking time today to not only share your individual insights on each of your individual talks, but being here on the panel. You've offered so much value here, and hear from all of us here at Glorium Technologies in this particular event. We want to thank all of you for taking the time to be with us and sharing your words of wisdom and insights and experience with us.
Hey, Christopher, with your permission, I'd like to just share one short story.
Sure.
And I think AJ and Tara would have a similar story. And by the way, Christopher, it's been a joy to be part of this. And I certainly hope that Tara and AJ will be lifelong friends of mine going forward. You both did a great job. But here's a situation, and we've been talking, and it's really important to get the head part. But I want to just take a second to talk about the mission part. In Haiti, which I talked about earlier, which is the poorest country in the Americas and totally had deteriorated. The beginning of that was in 2010 when they had a catastrophic earthquake. And remember, I was not yet at Medical Bridges in 2010. And you have to give a huge amount of credit to a Haitian woman who had had a very difficult pregnancy and had walked many kilometers to get to a church that had been turned into a makeshift emergency clinic. And when she arrived at that clinic, it was obvious she was going to die. She and her baby were going to die, except a pallet from Medical Bridges had just arrived the day before. They found the package, the properly packaged medical materials to do an emergency cesarean section, and they saved her life and her baby's life.
Wow.
Now, that was in 2010. Last week, my grandson turned 13.
Wow.
My grandson is the same age. That could have been my grandson or any of your sons or daughters and nieces or nephews. And that's what AJ and Tara and Medical Bridges, and for those of you in the audience who want to get involved with healthcare, you can do that too. You can save somebody's life who's just like your son or daughter, grandson or granddaughter. Bless you all.
Well, thank you so much, Walter. Thank you so much for closing out this wonderful online virtual summit that we were all part of. Again, thank you to all of you, and we hope to see all of you again here back with us, sharing some updates of what you're doing in your organizations and helping others wherever they are in their state, the various stages to move forward. And again, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And listeners, we want to thank you for being here, taking the time out of your either late afternoons, evenings, or your morning here if you're here in the Americas. Again, that we hope you received a lot of value and insight. Feel free to reach out to all of these speakers, and especially those that resonated with you the most. And again, come back and join us here on November 15th for the next summit. And we will be bringing back, some key experts and subject matter experts that are going to share their insights to help you in this particular space. Thank you again, and enjoy the rest of your day or evening.